to me.
Something inside me that pulls beneath the surface, consuming, confusing. This lack of self-control I fear is never ending, controlling. I can't seem to find myself again. My walls are closing in.
Without a sense of confidence, I'm convinced that there's just too much pressure to take.
I felt this way before, so insecure. Crawling in my skin, these wounds, they will not heal. Fear is how I fall. Confusing what is real. Discomfort endlessly has pulled itself upon me, distracting, reacting. Against my will I stand beside my own reflection. It's haunting how I can't seem to find myself again. My walls are closing in.
Without a sense of confidence, I'm convinced that there's just too much pressure to take.
I felt this way before, so insecure. Crawling in my skin, these wounds, they will not heal. Fear is how I fall. Confusing what is real. Crawling in
Action, monkey boy.
Everyone's always fucking hated me. I don't know how I have any subscribers. I have always been the most hated person. Everywhere I went, I don't know what I did. Can you believe, and this is true, I was bullied for liking Pokemon. Oh, I'm not even here. You know what? Fuck it. Good. I don't deserve to be here. That's how much I suck. I was bullied for liking Pokemon. You know, the most popular thing to ever exist ever. I was a bad person for liking it for some reason. Everything I touched sucked. Just like this stream, just like any content I've ever made. It's all garbage, guys, because this is what I've been told my whole life. Everyone who has listened to the stream officially know more about me than my own parents. And that's fine. I don't want them to know anything about me. They fucking suck anyway. So anyway, I made the mistake of searching on YouTube. Why the fuck do I hate myself so much? And this is a whole thing. This is almost like that awful time I searched signs that you were raised by a narcissist and we found information. Oh, I did that on my own private time. We don't talk about that. But, I don't know, will YouTube cure me? This one came out 8 months ago and it's got anime people in it. Whatever this psych channel is. So, it'll use anime people to explain my brain to me and then that'll fix me. The following content may contain suicide or self-harm topics. Oh my god. Oh jeez. Golly whiz, guys. I went to a video on psychology and mental health, but it might discuss suicide. What am I to do? Oh. Sorry, fuck trigger warning people. Thanks for doing this. Thanks for making it so I have to click an extra fucking button on YouTube. Because you get shocked that suicide's mentioned in something that's mental health related. Okay, I'm back to my normal mad self, I guess.
What really goes through the mind of someone who
Always just takes fucking tech failing me to snap me back. Because as much as I hate myself, as much as I say I'm a worthless loser, what the Windows has no excuse to be as bad as it is for as long as we've been here. That why Steve Jobs died and fucking tech might as well not exist anymore. There's no passion. There's no caring. All there is angry fucking consumers and people who get Linux. Because maybe I didn't want you. Maybe this was a secret stream. Maybe that's why. Without warning. I don't know. I'm here to learn about anime. We can't like anime. You was bullied for liking manga and comic books? How the fuck are you bullied for Marvel movies? The Marvel movies pissed me off because they were good until Disney got involved, quite frankly. Said I got off the fucking ship at the right time. Iron Man 1 was great. Iron Man 2 was pretty good. I liked Mickey Rourke in it. And then all the movies were bad after that. You know why? Because Disney got involved and fucks up everything they fucking touch. And I'm just shocked that people are like, oh my god, Avengers was such a gamble. It really changed. There was not a gamble. That movie was gonna be successful no matter fucking what. It couldn't fail. Why do we keep acting like it was a great fucking moment? It, like, literally could not fail. Joss Whedon didn't even have to be there. Anybody could have wrote that and it would have won. Okay, I don't know why I just went off about Marvel. I don't know what this stream is. But why do I hate myself? An anime tale. Oh, I don't need my politics sign. What is this trash? No politics today. I'm over it. Fucking... Ooh. Welcome to society. Honestly, where... all Americans are terrible. It doesn't matter if you're left or right. We're all spoiled brats that scream about fascism, even though there's, countries where you'll just get beat to death with a stick and thrown into a hole for having an opinion. But no, everybody here is terrible. every single one of you, and all we do is make up lies and political parties to pretend we're not terrible people. So there, take that, both sides, all Americans. You all got me. America bad indeed, because I hate all of you. The enemy won. Okay, to anime. You know, the country Japan, I would lay my life down for. I'm sorry. They gave me Nintendo. They gave me Sony. What did anyone in fucking America ever give me except bullies and insults?
truly hates themselves. One of the most resonant themes of A Silent Voice is self-punishing guilt, the self-loathing kind that made Shoya Ishida want to disappear forever.
Indeed, the guilt. I feel bad for being an American. If I could kick myself out of the country and switch places with one of these immigrants you all want here so badly, I will. There's no fucking service like that, unfortunately. I will make the sacrifice and you'll still say I'm a shitty person. I don't know who this you is. You would never do that, chat. You guys are the good ones. Who gave me white guilt? I didn't ask for it. The system? Well, then it made me a less productive member for the system because I spend all day hating myself. So, honestly, they would have done better to leave me the fuck alone. I'm sure I would have done something more productive. Fucking system.
But what led to that moment is not often understood because it was actually a hidden defense mechanism, one where feeling bad wasn't the problem, but the prize. Welcome to Rediscover, where we take a closer look at our favorite anime, and today we're trying to understand our unconscious addiction to pain before it cost us everything.
I don't know this anime. Am I supposed to know the anime? I just came to Why We Can't Stop Hating Ourselves. Is this a book club? This could be interesting. I don't know what the fuck this is.
There's something about Shoya's story that feels deeply familiar to me. A few years ago, my friend Steve contracted a rare illness that seriously wrecked his life. Steve was a guy who couldn't live without fun, kinda like Shoya when he was a kid. But when Steve got sick, just getting through each day was an immense struggle because he was constantly in excruciating pain. There was no cure for his illness and he couldn't find a way out. And just like Shoya, he fell into deep depression.
Why We Can't Stop Hating Ourselves. Parentheses. A Silent Voice. So I don't know. But it's got 251K views, and we sure as fuck knows not that many people watched whatever anime this is about. So it must be about psychology.
Every day, both Steve and Shoya had to answer one simple question: how do I make this pain go away? For Steve, it was a physical pain. For Shoya, it was the emotional pain of guilt and ostracism. But this is where it gets weird. I noticed that in trying to ease their pain, both of them ended up sinking deeper into it, getting stuck in what I call Shoya syndrome. It's basically a psychological loop where a person focuses on what's not working in their lives in an attempt to fix it, but ironically ends up getting stuck in a perpetual cycle of despair.
Whoa, like every lolcow. Am I one of those? Everyone says I'm one of those, but I don't think I can be one of those because I think you have to have a self-esteem to be a lolcow. Like, Chris Chan honestly believed these people were his girlfriends messaging me. I could get an email from someone being like, oh my god, are you okay? Or is this going on? And I'll be like, who are you and what trap are you trying to pull? People don't care about me. I'll hiss at them, so like, I wouldn't be a very good lolcow.
That sounds heavy, but before we can unpack how this happened to Shoya, it's really important to get one thing straight. It doesn't happen to Shoya, he actually chooses it himself. Let me explain. So I'm trained in this thing called choice theory, which was invented by a psychiatrist by the name of Dr. William Glasser.
Whoa. Psychology. Well, I was gonna watch the Magic Mush video, but like, I'm having deja vu. I've recently met Tonto. recently. Known him for like what, 2 months or something. But why do I feel like he already explained to me the plot of this? Someone's explained this plot of this anime verbatim, and I said that sounds interesting, and then I never watched it. And I feel like I was on stream. What is this? I'm having an outer body experience. Oh no. What?
What really goes through the mind of someone who is by the name of Dr. William Glasser? According to Dr. Glasser, emotions follow behavior and not the other way around. That means we don't just feel emotions, we generate them through the behaviors we choose. In Shoya's situation, depression isn't so much something that happens to him as much as something that he does. Dr. Glasser calls this the act of depressing or doing depressive behavior. And that makes sense because if you think about Shoya's depression before he reconnected with Shoko, we realize that his rumination is an action and avoiding people is an action too. But that doesn't mean Shoya was intentionally choosing his misery. What he was choosing directly were his actions and thoughts which led to those miserable feelings. Not because he was a masochist, but because depressing gave him better control over his life than whatever else he could have thought of in that situation. But why would anyone choose to depress if it makes them feel so miserable? Dr. Glasser identified 3 logical reasons.
I literally don't know what to do when it's bad because it's never been bad before. Like, I keep just clicking things as though, like, am I supposed to turn the FPS to like 1? And I don't know what FPS even means. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you people. That's why I'm not suited for this, and I think this is gonna be the last stream. What is KBPS? What is that? I don't know what that is. What the fuck is CPU 4%, 5.5%? Ooh! I don't know what these numbers mean, and honestly, it's why I don't play video games anymore, because back in the day when I would buy a thing, it said it has to be Windows XP or whatever. I knew what that meant. I don't know what these numbers mean, and I'm just too stupid to educate. And this is why I hate myself, because tech is like a badly made video game, and we've seen how I be with the video games, where I can't just enjoy the game. I can't just play the game. I've got to constantly self-loathe about how I think I'm playing the game wrong, and I'm not a true gamer because I didn't follow it to the game designer's layout and plan. Anime needs to fix me. That deaf girl probably deserved to get bullied, though.
That covers all kinds of depression, anxiety, and even phobias. The 3 reasons are to restrain anger, to signal distress, and to avoid difficult actions. Firstly, depressing helped Shoya to restrain his anger at his schoolmates and avoid lashing out at them in violence. Instead, he quietly judged them in his head and applied X's across their faces. Secondly, Shoya's antisocial behavior might have been an unconscious plea for help, but almost no one paused long enough to think twice about his reclusive behavior. In fact, this also explains why Shoya ended up asking Shoko to be friends by accident, because he was desperately seeking friendship and it just came out naturally. And lastly, throughout the entire time Shoya was depressing, he avoided taking the difficult action of reconnecting with other people. But here's where Dr. Glasser gets shockingly accurate, and you might want to take note because it might save a life. Like seriously. Dr. Glasser says if a person who is depressing strongly suddenly stops depressing, but it doesn't look like he had a good reason to stop since nothing had changed in his life, then that person may have decided to end their life. So for people who have been depressing for a long time, therapists are always on the lookout if they are suddenly feeling better because they may now be thinking of suicide. The pain of restraining their anger has become so great that many people decide it's not worth living anymore and turn the anger towards themselves. But if we really want to understand someone who is depressed,
I mean, I have known people who, yeah, it's like they're doing better, and then the second you think they're doing better, then like it is a trick. And like it's like they're subconsciously fucking doing it.
We have to go beyond the why to the how and understand how Shoya syndrome works. In this 6-step cycle, stage 1 is the trigger event, where the person is triggered by a memory or a situation that reminds them of their guilt. These events are often linked to social rejection, public exposure, or reminders of personal failure. This automatically moves Shoya to the self-reflection stage, where he starts to think about his guilt. Obsessive rumination takes over, and he is repeatedly reminded of his cruelty towards Shoko. Thoughts like, "It's no use," "It's my own fault," "I haven't been punished enough," fill his mind, and he is basically watching himself fail again.
Here's the thing though, suicide is a selfish thing. That's why it's a fucking sin, actually, because it's selfish, because you're fixing the problem by ending your life and someone has to, like, get the body. Someone's traumatized by something, I'm sure. You do have parents and loved ones. Like, so, like, I don't think I could ever fall that far down just because in my weird number math logic, it's like, well, that's a selfish thing to do.
And again with no forgiveness. And what was originally a single unfortunate season in his early years goes through emotional amplification in stage 3 and morphs into a catastrophic.
Damn it, Tonto, because you're right, that is more organic. But, like, you know, you're not supposed to feed the animals, and a human corpse being there for the fucking squirrels to eat, like, that's actually not natural to the environment they live in. So, and then you're giving the fucking animals a taste for flesh, and we know that there's, like, rabbits out there that are growing fucking Cthulhu tentacles and shit. Do they need to be out here getting the taste for human flesh? So I guess I'll still, you almost had me, but I still gotta rule out that I'm getting to think that killing yourself might be a bad thing. I think that's the side I'm leaning on.
Failure. This is where Shoya's thoughts really start to spiral out of.
Well, that's just fucked up, Tonto, because that body is going to go somewhere unless you cement yourself down. And then, I don't know, I just don't recommend it.
Of control. Shame, guilt, and regret all fuse together in one overwhelming emotional state.
What an interesting time to be here, Dan. I was being very low on myself, and then Tonto told me to go drown myself. Fucking, my god, did you see that fucking savagery, Dan? Fuck.
Memory overrides factual memory, and the original event is magnified far beyond its actual impact. Shoya begins to feel like he alone ruined Shoko's life beyond redemption. And when this cognitive distortion occurs for long enough, this naturally pushes Shoya into stage 4, negative identity formation. Now things get really bad when Shoya stops thinking, "I did something wrong."
Thank you, Dan, from keeping me becoming like this Shoya.
And starts believing, "I am what's wrong." His identity becomes fused with moral failure. "I am damaged. I hurt people. I don't deserve happiness." Shoya even believed that he didn't deserve to smile when Shoko smiled at him because it would trigger.
Well, I can't give up streaming, unfortunately, because I am actually really enjoying Fate. I don't want to read that alone. But at the same time, this is kind of like Sakura's stuff from Heaven's Feel, and like Sakura actually never did anything to anybody to deserve any of it ever. So like, that's a hard one.
Realize all the hurt and suffering he caused her. This negative identity paralyzed him whenever he tried to talk to Shoko, and that's also probably why he didn't pick up on Shoko's confession. Yeah, I know, a male protagonist has gotta be a bit dense to keep things interesting, but it's also pretty realistic because Shoya thought of himself as a horrible person, and never in his wildest dreams could he ever imagine that the girl he bullied would ever fall for him. And a lot of his struggles we see have to do with undoing the effects of stage 5, which is avoidance and isolation. This stage right here is the metaphorical anchor that drags Shoya down and keeps him stuck in the cycle. And the irony is that he chooses it himself because it offers him a sense of safety from the harsh world out there. Eye contact, conversation, and even casual connection feel dangerous to Shoya, and he develops a kind of hyper-vigilance which makes people seem threatening even when they're not. He chooses the pain of loneliness and self-condemnation only because it feels safer and more comforting than the potential pain of further judgment, rejection, or betrayal. So instead of repairing relationships,
I mean, I guess this anime is also... I wasn't expecting BoJack Horseman. I thought that would just be like a Family Guy haha show when I clicked that one on, because I was like looking just for something to binge watch in the background, and I was like, oh, holy shit.
avoids them altogether. I think one of the reasons A Silent Voice has grown so popular is because this problem of avoidance and isolation has only grown more severe with the growing use of social media. Cancel culture and online shaming are creating modern versions of Shoya's experience. People locking themselves in self-imposed social isolation due to past mistakes. A 2021 report by the Pew Research Center on the state of online harassment found that 64% of American adults under 30 have experienced some form of online harassment, with 75% of that.
I mean, I was making jokes in the beginning, Tonto. Oh my god, this mental health video talks about mental health. Trigger warning. But yeah, where the fuck was my trigger warning for BoJack Horseman? There wasn't one. Saying.
Number having faced more severe forms of abuse, including physical threats, stalking, and sexual harassment. As they say, social media never forgets, and this fear of permanent judgment that one's actions will haunt them forever is exactly what...
I mean, when you look at YouTube drama, the nice thing about someone like iDubbbz is he gives you something new to bully him for every day. But like, I'll see Nux Taku, for example, have a take on Twitter, right? And there'll be people, and if when you check when one of these bigger influencers, and what I think he had like 1 million subscribers at most, but like when you check these people's tweets, there is like a hate base that always comes in, and he's like, "Are you the guy who stalked Jaden Animations? Oh, you're the person who likes a lolicon. Oh, you're the one that betrayed the V-Shoujo people." Like, there is a group of NPCs that go around to try to invalidate every take because of something they were accused of doing in the past. The Jaden Animation one's funny because it was just a joke. He would just put her in the thumbnail and go, "Me and Jaden Animations are doing this," like, and somehow that got turned into a stalking thing. Like, some of this shit I see people trying to cancel others for is the dumbest. What? I don't know. Yelling at Dan. That poor kid.
we see in Shoya's case. With increased avoidance and isolation comes reinforcement of
I want that fucking cabin in the woods so goddamn bad. I don't see what Walter White's problem was. I guess because he had like a whole family and went from having all the money to being in the sad shack cabin. But like, I want to be in the fucking cabin. Society, you could donate to my cause to get me away from you in the woods, and I'll keep an eye out for bears. I just need like a few Blu-rays and a Sprite, and I'm good to go. And RPG Maker, and I won't leave the cabin until my game is done.
negative beliefs, and that's what we see in the final stage of the cycle, reconfirmation. There are two things happening here in this last stage that turns the Shoya syndrome into a vicious cycle. There's the lack of positive feedback.
What memberships? I need the deed to a fucking cabin. You can't donate that on YouTube.
And the reinforcement of a negative identity, both of which are two sides of the same coin. Shoya's isolation removes any chance of a genuine friend coming along to encourage him. At the same time, the silence and distance become a kind of distorted evidence that Shoya is fundamentally unlovable. This stage is both painful and provocative.
Well, Dan, I've been watching a lot of C-SPAN on this channel, and I could argue that politicians are indeed bullied because both sides of the media puts out a version of them that doesn't exist. Like they put out like a caricature version of this person to get the other side to hate them, to make them vote for your shitty candidate. And like no one watches C-SPAN because these people are all boring and politics is boring, but they're people. They're human beings. And like they have to deal with the reality. This is why they take all that bribe money, because like they cannot read those comments on Twitter. They would all be suicidal. I think even the highest narcissist, if they saw the tweets about, like if Donald Trump looked at tweets about him, I think it would hurt feelings. I think it is bullying. It's not bullying when one dumb chatter, one dumb fucking person in the world says something, but when a whole collective, then it is kind of too much.
Firstly, comforting because Shoya feels it's right and just that he is alone because of what he's done. He accepts it as his lot in life and believes there are some things in this world you just can't attain, until the next trigger event comes along to plunge him into another round of endless despair. The scary thing is that this kind of self-perpetuating despair could start in many different ways. For Shoya, it was the guilt he carried from bullying Shoko. For some of us, it could be a breakup with a romantic partner or being stuck in a job that we really hate. For Steve, it was the loss of his health and freedom which he felt he could never recover. As he spiraled further into depression, Steve began talking about suicide as a way to end his pain once and for all. A kind of learned helplessness set in where repeated negative trigger events made him give up and believe he was powerless to change his situation. So what could Steve and Shoya do in a situation like that? Let me know your personal experiences in the comments, but for me, I think the key to breaking out of the Shoya syndrome lies in
I guess the guy started the video and said, and I quote, "This guy Shoya and my friend Steve, who just lost a friend, went down this spot." I guess it is stock footage Steve, though. I think it's just like, I am the narrator, so I need to invent a human hypothesis, I do think. I don't know. There. Guys, I smoked a J just now on stream. So unprofessional, disgusting. And now I'm not depressed anymore.
Stages 2 and 5. When someone is at stage 2, the self-reflection stage, the temptation is to ruminate about past mistakes. The problem is, rumination tricks us into thinking we are solving a problem when it's actually trapping us in guilt. So instead of focusing on the past, Dr. Glasser suggests we take ownership of our present by focusing on what we can control now. Real change
Man, I just fucking, it hurts. Because what does a person, like, it's like, yeah. Fucking, it's actually the present that does make you feel better. And that's what kind of sucks when we do bring politics and everything into it. It's like, man, I am starting to feel better. Maybe because I've made some life changes and I have worked on myself and improved, and I'm having a good old outlook. And then, when it's the usual, America's the worst country ever, we're just fucking imperialist and everybody should feel like shit all day. And, fascism's here and you're a piece of shit for not caring enough and not saying no slogans. And it's like, man, why the fuck do I even bother then? Why don't I just die? Why don't I just jump off a fucking bridge? And I don't want things to be that way.
Stage 2, the self-reflection stage, the temptation is to ruminate about past mistakes. The problem is, rumination tricks us into thinking we are solving a problem when it's actually trapping us in guilt. So instead of focusing on the past, Dr. Glasser suggests we take ownership of our present by focusing on what we can control now. Real change takes action, so instead of feeling guilty about the past or anxious about the future, we should ask, what can I do right now? In therapy, Dr. Glasser might ask, what do you want and what are you doing to get it? The goal is not confession or guilt, but action and reconnection with others. We see this in Thor in Avengers Endgame, where he is initially wallowing in self-blame for his failure.
I could understand an anime plot line. What is this bullshit? Now I'm angry. I didn't watch this movie. Said I was out after Avengers 1. That was the end. It was over. And I clapped and I said that was a good franchise. And I never watched another Marvel movie ever again except Deadpool. Why is they bringing this into here?
To stop Thanos, and it isn't until Professor Hulk and Rocket pay him a visit that Thor decides to channel his guilt into more meaning.
I mean, we could have a whole debate. Was Jim Jones actually evil, or is he kind of like one of those boss monsters in an existential anime that's given humanity what they wanted, which it turns out what humanity wants is suicide, actually, always. If you do just the basic cold numbers of what you want, which is to be totally best person, most best person, then you would be a suicidal person because you're taking up resources on this planet and destroying it simply by existing. Like, that's the cold numbers math of the answer. So that makes Jim Jones just. It's very complicated, this whole guilt empathy thing.
Meaningful action. Thor doesn't erase his past mistakes because that's not how time travel works, but he makes peace with them by making better choices in the present. For Shoya, it was Shoko who gave him the hope to live on. This is why it's so important for people stuck in the avoidance and isolation stage to get out there and reconnect with people who can offer them hope and encouragement. As Shoya tells Tomohiro in chapter 33, seeing Nishimiya again made me want to change. And with the support of his wife and family, my friend Steve also decided to put rumination aside.
See, this is his friend Steve. So there he is with his family in their matching orange jumper. This is the same guy that was in the shower. That's fucking Steve, dude. Got a problem with Steve? I was referencing anime JRPGs, Dan, because I hate to tell you something. That's not exclusive to Persona. That's every single fucking Final Fantasy boss ever. Seymour literally wants to delete the world, right? Because human life is suffering. And I am such an empath that I want to end all suffering. So the only way to end all suffering is to eliminate all life. Like, that's how it always goes. It's why fucking Japan is trying to warn you with their own religious tales, and no one listens. It was literally Seymour wanted to become sin. His empathy was sin.
And take positive action. He started looking for alternative treatments and accepted help from his family to try out new medications. He even took up new hobbies and
Oh my god, is Final Fantasy X actually deep? Okay, because think about it. Okay, because sin, which is the empathy, really at the end of the day was a fucking parasite. Hugh Yevon just created the faith. Created fucking garbage to control humanity to wish itself into self-deletion. And then the only way to stop self-deletion was Titus, who is the dream. He's a fucking dream. He's not real. And this has been said about America, that we don't have heroes. Our fucking fake Avengers ass, fucking Marvel things are more heroes to us because they're not real. Titus wasn't real. It's only him that can destroy the empathy parasite. We did it. We figured out what the point of Final Fantasy X is. Finally.
Eventually, Steve enjoyed his new hobby so much that he decided to turn his newfound passion into a business where he now brings joy to others by bringing people together in a thriving community of hobby
What's the bet on Steve existing?
enthusiasts. And that's the beautiful irony of A Silent Voice, a film where people are not only the greatest source of pain, but also the greatest source of joy. Something that Shoya discovers as he reconnects with his former classmates is that healing itself isn't a reward, but a choice. His turning point came not when he was forgiven, but when he chose to stop hiding and start living. By taking small, deliberate actions, Shoya realized that true growth comes from accepting responsibility for personal change while refusing to be imprisoned by guilt. Shoya reminds us that we cannot erase the past. All the bad stuff we've done or tragedies that befell us will always live with us. And some problems will continue to haunt us even as new problems show up along the way. Even till the end of the movie and the manga, some people were still judging Shoya and the group of friends still had their differences. But that didn't matter to Shoya anymore because he realized
If I remember what I heard from the plot, though, aren't all the friends kind of the assholes that were egging him on and like giving him attention and being like, lol, you're so funny for bullying that deaf kid? But then, almost like with politicians and influencers and shit, they cheered for him until it went a bit too far for their liking. And it's like, whoa, wait, you're not into this? Like, I feel like I seen that with every time something important happens, some dumbass like jumps in on it and they're like, wait, what?
that there are some things you just can't change. I know that all too well. I think it's the time you spend trying to change that's more important. And before you know it, the Shoya syndrome will be a thing of the past as well. This video is part of my running anthology called Kill Annie in My Heart. So if you've enjoyed this one, then you're going
Why do people jump? I wouldn't like it. I could never. I won't even bungee jump. I will not parachute. I will not do any of that because I don't like falling. Those are the dreams I don't like at all because there's no control. I don't like no control. No, 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 no. No falling. Fuck the jumpers. That's a dumb way to go. And I guess like it's like cool. Then there's no going back. You have jumped off the ledge, but I don't want to take the trip. All right, what can I do? What can I do? You gotta laugh at Ian Jomha. That's the
Upon
only way.
hearing more people talk about
That's the only way to snap me back to reality. Time keeps on slipping into the future, even if I don't want it to be. Much as I want to be depressed all day, that whole time is an arrow thing. Have you ever had the thing where you get to control your dream? That's always pretty banger. And then like cuz once you know it's a dream, you can actually treat it like a computer program and like just start hacking anything in there, but that's always when it ends. It's a fucking bullshit. Oh, this will be terrifying, I know. But here you go. I'm working on it. I don't know. I need to fix up the hair and the jacket. But I think she can be cute. Anyway, here's our boy. This is about iDubbbz and atheism. So this is a topic that I sure do love, and I cannot wait to see what Ian's version of atheism is. You know, this guy who, you know, really supporting that Islam culture. That's a very atheist thing to do, don't you know?
how like God whispers to them, God talks to them, they talk to God, God talks back. I'm like, "Oh, you guys are all in collective delusion." I get it. Cool. I don't have that going on. So, I'm not going to participate in this.
Yeah, I really love that. I really love the super wokies acting like Christianity is fucking illegal. It is for the dumbest people. Like, that was fun to say when, they were all Bush supporters. Or maybe that's just what teenagers do, because I did have that attitude. But I kind of just don't like religious indoctrination, period, point fucking blank. So I've just always been against it all. But yeah, I feel like I was way more smug as a teenager. So like seeing these older people act this way is very cringe. Not gonna lie. Christians are cool.
Do it and you can't go. Do it and you can't knock it down. You know that you found the wall. The wall. The wall. No man on earth can make you fall.
Let me see here. Would love some viewer raids or Xmog competitions. Dude, what do I look like, Asmongold? Hell no. I'm gonna do an Xmog competition. That's like, what is that like? Who has the best skin? Who's the biggest no-lifer in World of Warcraft? Neat competition? Let's do a neat competition. I'll do it like a who's been touching the most grass competition is what I should be doing. What we need is the sus trials. I'm working on the sus trials. I am.
Fuck yes. Please. Is that for real? Is iDubbbz gonna start putting all this? Is he gonna do like a Salem witch trials in his chat? I'd watch that shit. That'd be a fun. Keeping up with the Joe Boss is getting enjoyable again.
Asmongold hasn't done shit in ages, just like getting community together / viewer interaction. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I should. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. Honestly, Han, I think it is a good idea. I think I should start playing WoW. Take the inverse path of Asmongold, where like a lot of the WoW heads are like, he abandoned the community. I get into the community. I start doing transmog competitions and viewer dueling competitions and race wars and all that kind of cool stuff that they do in WoW.
What the fuck do people think Asmongold's stream is? Why did the Joe... Okay, what do I mean, people? Why did the Joe Boss continue after everything? After all of it? To make comments on things they don't understand. After all of it, they still do it.
And then I do a hard pivot.
Well, those are called fundamental Christians, Dan, and regular Christians don't like them either. So the regular Christians have already got hating on them down, so I'm not needed in that war.
It's just gonna piss me off, probably. This person's talking about it. They see the brutal world of noise music. Dude, look at this sponsored garbage. XRP, how to high profit XRP strategy. Dude, I wish I could push a button to have this person get probed. What kind of hormone is causing this aggression towards chat? Fucking hell, dude. Don't piss me off. Let me look up the hormones. It's called internet rage. There's
Okay, Tonto made me laugh more, but let me look at my hormones. You're really pissing me. Ian's back, bro.
saying that it's high T / low cortisol. Low cortisol. While testosterone does not directly cause aggression in all cases, high testosterone to cortisol ratio is strongly linked to a predisposition for social aggression and dominance-seeking behavior. Oh, no. I guess I do got to spike my cortisol because my ratio's off. What are we here to do today? I want to be productive. I want to talk about rough sex. I want to talk about boner sex.
Okay, now, this is also where we would put a trigger warning, because I didn't think things would be this way. I didn't think things would be this way. I didn't ask for this. I didn't sign up for any of it. 4 years violated. Not fair.
I want to talk about getting lost in the pale moonlight.
Arts is what they are proclaiming in that they are dabbling in the dark arts. There is a woman laying in bed dressed promiscuously.
Dressed promiscuously is a huge stretch, but go on.
Who is actually messing around with tarot cards.
Well, girl, it's a Halloween ad. And Halloween stems from Samhain, which is believed to be
Oh, it was a Halloween ad as well. Okay.
Who is this goth girl, and why is Ian always watching her channel covering topics he doesn't understand? Oh, wait a minute. Anissa always be running around, you know, in her fucking Megadeth shirts and her Metallica stuff. Yeah, I bet she don't even listen to that music. She can't even handle Disturbed anymore. She canceled them. So, like, is he just kind of into the is he just kind of into the emo girls and the goths? Ian, they're terrible people. It already wasn't good enough being female. They had to stick out even more and say, please give me more attention, men, but don't give me attention too much, cause I am emo and I don't like it. They were extra from the beginning, everybody. Now, goth men, that's different. They don't want to be part of the pack. They can't be tamed.
That makes sense.
Night where the veil between the living and the dead is the thinnest. So there is
Dude, that's like the worst end of like Christianity in the US is like kind of stifling like a child's experience. Cause I remember that happening so much where it's like there's like a vibe of
Yeah. Yeah. iDubbbz, it's called indoctrination. I argue religion isn't bad if you choose it yourself. And this is no new argument. You are not coming to the table with nothing new. This is why I don't agree with, you know, the non-secular Islam countries. Because indoctrination is human cruelty. They don't get to choose and they're forced into a faith. But, you know, I bet you your wife would cancel me for saying such words.
like you can't be like some evil. You can't be like a Scream mask. Like you can't be a Scream character or like an evil ghost on Halloween. Because
I need to see what's going on in the atheist community, actually. I feel like all these wokies have got to be pissing them the fuck off. And I don't even think it's got to be politics or any of that. It's kind of like we were here first. We were doing the Reddit atheist shit first. And then you fuckers want to come in here and you want to talk about what these Christians know and what they don't. Motherfucker, we've been reading the Bible since it was cool. Get out of here, wokies. That's what it's going to come down to.
it's not very Christian. Not very Christian of us to be a decapitated clown. Not very Christian. Everyone in my school had the Scream mask, ended up being massive losers as adults. Listen, we're not going to judge people for the Scream mask, all right? Some of us had the Scream mask. Some of us had the Scream mask, all right? Some of us had the bloody Scream mask that had a little pump that would pump the blood into the Scream mask or whatever the hell it was. So the spooky mask. Some of us equals iDubbbz. I grew up in the church, brother. They get nuts with it. Man, I will say I felt like I was in a very, what's the word? Not agnostic, secular, a more secular church. They never got crazy with those things. They kept a lot of that shit to themselves. And it was never really like, because that's kind of the fucked up thing, right?
So glad that church, that secular church kept that religion to themselves. Is he talking about school? Or, you know, the truth that all these things the liberals have been saying about the religious, like, oh man, they just yell about gay people all day and bully children and shit. Not really. It probably shows up like once a year, their anti-gay talk. That's probably why iDubbbz is like, they're secular.
Like everyone wants a daddy
Oh, TanaCon, I gotcha. It was my mistake.
and a mommy. Mommy. So you have adults who haven't figured their fucking shit out, who are maybe new parents or they're just still kind of lost. And then they'll get like re-inspired by going to their shit church. And then they'll get
Oh god, it just doesn't matter. Everything iDubbbz talks about, guys, it just it makes you root for whoever he's talking about because you know what his life situation is. You know how far he's fallen. You know these fucking losers had to go live in a niece's mom's basement in Alberta, fucking Canada, because there is not a single person who will house these motherfuckers, and they can't sell their house, and they're just losers. So the idea of them talking shit on anybody in existence, quite frankly, they could be talking about Ted motherfucking Bundy, and I'd be like, Ian, you're cringe. The only person who's more cringe than Ian is honestly just a robot. That's it.
Like essentially like it's because pastors are motivational speakers in a lot of cases. So many of these grown-ass adults who want a mommy and a daddy go in, they listen to this person who's like a representative of the faith, and they legit get like indoctrinated. A lot of the times, if they're not about it, it won't.
That is literally, yes, the definition of indoctrination. That's why it drives me insane that he's acting like a discovery has been made. Ooh. And like, yeah, he's gotten mind virus or something, because he used to know all these, like, at least high school literature terms.
I feel like I remember my parents like getting a little motivated at one point or another after going to after experiencing like a sermon or whatever at the church. But with them, it didn't really it never really lasted as long, you know. We'd always go back to some sort of like mutual understanding. Like I'm trying to think, I don't know, they just motivate you to live in a certain way, which in some cases could be good, but I don't like it. I did all the silly Catholic stuff, catechism, communion, confirmation. Me too, dude. Me too. I only remember one moment where a friend dared me to say, "Suck my dick, God," to see if I'd be smited, and I wasn't smited, so I never took any of it seriously again. Dude, hell yeah. Sometimes I say, "Fuck you, God," and I do middle fingers to the sky. I say, "Fuck you."
I gotta get for the soundboard that fucking, even though we never watched Fate Zero Abridged, the fuck you. But even fucking Bluebeard of John d'Arc child murdering lore, or that of Fate Zero, isn't as repulsive as fucking Ian Carter. Not Ian Carter, fucking Ian Washburn, iDubbbz, Joma.
God, suck my dick, God. But I honestly, like, the upbringing was like a little bit Catholic, a little bit Christian. For a while, we went to a really, legit Catholic church, and then we went to a big kind of like almost mega church. They do like shows at the Christian churches, man, because they want that shit to be like super mainstream. So they take down all the barriers to entry.
God, could you imagine fucking Christianity being mainstream? Fucking cringe, am I right?
They're not forcing you to like interact with people or do any uncomfortable shit. They're like, you just come in and we'll put on a good show. We'll put on a good show for you, and there will be some biblical lessons in the show. It was entertaining, you know. You go in there, you watch a show. What made you lose your religion? Oh man, I lost it. No, the truth is I never had it. I was just forced to go and, experiencing all of what there was to offer. I was like, the community aspect of this is cool, but it also is very stifling, and I've had an easier time making friends and building community outside of church than at church. So I'm like, fuck that. I don't want my life to be a test. I just want to interact with other human beings and have a good time. That doesn't mean I have to live a life of.
But one could argue, if he never left the church, if he never left the light of God, in which I don't even believe in, but maybe if God could possess my body and show me the alternate world where not turning from God prevents him from meeting Anissa Joma, and his life is actually way better than what the YouTube grift would have ever gotten him. Whoa, did I just do like a modern day remake of fucking It's a Wonderful Life? But instead of stopping someone from committing suicide off a bridge, it's like, don't fucking put it in that hole. You will ruin your whole internet career. Don't put it in that hole. That'd be a pretty good movie. Guys, we need to learn how to write a script. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it in Hollywood. Back to having a confidence again. It can't be too hard. Have you guys been watching these movies that have been coming out? They're not that good.
Sin. That's not what human nature is. It really isn't. It's a bunch of horse shit. So, upon hearing more people talk about how like God whispers to them, God talks to them, they talk to God, God talks back. I'm like, oh, you guys are all in collective delusion. I get it. Cool. I don't have that going on. So I'm not going to participate in this. Can I start banning people with rebuked and goodbye? Dude, I kind of like that. We'll do rebuke and goodbye. That could be your tag.
So it already wasn't bad enough that we're doing the whole Denny's patrons thing. But now we need the chat to write us, your funny haha ban messages because they're sus. You got to keep them around for the trials though, sir.
Tagline. We should have taglines for each, like for different people banning. Mine is going to be, what was it? Blocked and banned. Ban him and block him. Yours can be rebuked and goodbye.
Well, Tonto, you laugh, but that's why World War I can't be stopped. That's why that man will always get shot at the sandwich shop. Because no one knows why we have to save fucking Prince Ferdinand.
I always thought it was...
So many Christians project their middle class neurosis onto some demonic realm. They elevate mundane bullshit arising from capitalism.
I think I also learned that I actually, without the Bible, you really don't have right to talk shit on Christianity because there is so much lore that you just assume with Christianity in the Bible that I have found out actually comes from Dante's Inferno. They really did read books back in the day because that book fucking permeated culture so much. That's where like all the demon lore and Beelzebubs and all that shit comes from. I always wondered, where the hell is this demonology book that everyone's fucking getting? It's from other things. It's non-canon. There's no Lilith. There's no vampires in the Bible. That's all goth shit.
Alienation to some greater mythic significance. It seems like a miserable way to live. Absolutely. I wish there was a way like that people can get more immediate exposure to just like a peaceful existence, just to know what they're missing out on, right? Like that's a little bit, I feel like what you can get with, I don't know, a decent vacation, going to therapy.
So what the fuck so Ian would actually probably find the Amish quite progressive since they do the Rumspringa. I'm glad they didn't get converted to fucking Scientology while they were up in California.
Even doing like charity or volunteer work, you can get an idea of like what kind of miserable existence you are living and how much of it is of your own creation. Yeah, it's awful. I think people just like they jump through hoops to make their lives like it's just so many of it's just distractions. Like if this person had.
Now, Tonto, are you a believer? Are you a Catholic boy? Or are you one of those atheists that have a team for some fucking reason? It's like, now I don't believe in the religion, but if one was right, it's this one.
I think if a lot of these people just had more community focus and they had, more support and.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Scientology wouldn't take them. They don't have money, and they wouldn't be very good at Sea Org.
And fucking didn't just go to church and, I don't know, fucking distracted themselves with, I don't know, church politics. Like, I think they'd be much better off. Yo, what up, Pollo Venico? That reminds me, guys, the name Pollo Venico. There's a guy, I don't know who the hell he is, but everyone was dogging on him on Twitter called El Pollo Loco or something. He's like a popular streamer. I'd never heard of him in my life. Oh yeah, I saw Turkish Idubs making fun of him. Dude, it was so strange. He was so aggressive. Like he had a stupid ICE opinion. A very like fucking regretful, gonna be poorly aged.
Gonna be poorly aged? Listen, seeing that was kind of ridiculous because his point was, and he's super liberal and all that too. So really, the thing is, the liberals who like have a conscience and know their difference between right or wrong and actually don't want to be a fucking sheep are kind of starting to take notice that they're getting to the edge of the fucking cliff with all the stupid fucking lemmings and are like, wait a minute. They're kind of losing their mind and saying things like, fuck guys, fuck deportation, but that doesn't mean dumbasses should be running at cops and starting fights. And if you say something like that, then immediately the squad comes out for you on Twitter and says, how ignorant are you? You must basically.
So does this mean that this user hates all anime?
This user said fuck ICE, but yet this user said they're cool with law enforcement and obeying their orders. This user must be a poser. And then this guy got like fucking dogpiled on, and then he had a freak out where he's like, guys, and then they dogpiled him more. And then, of course, he did the, I don't have opinions. Their opinion is the correct one. I think they got him.
ICE opinion. I didn't either until Hassan talked about him. Yeah, it was very strange. But I go to his page and I'm like, oh, man. And then he was trying to take shots at Ludwig. I'm like, why are you coming at Ludwig? Like, what? Where did this come from? And I think some other people as well.
He took shots at Cutie.
Oh, Cutie as well?
Yeah, and he said, like, your boyfriend, you have a problem with Cutie. Address it to her and make it about her.
Oh, he made it about
He made it
Ludwig.
about Ludwig. It was
Mm.
very weird.
Yeah, it's really fucking weird when, would you hate that, Anissa? That someone went at Ludwig instead of the person they have beef with? That kind of sucks, doesn't it? That sucks when a couple is like both public figures and they both start shit with people on social media. That really sucks.
Cringe. That guy didn't exist to me till I saw him promoted by Sick in the Mind accounts like Yeet. Yeah, exactly. Total fucking loser brain, man. Like,
Well, Dan, you know who else hates that? Ian, and he's told her several times to stop, and she doesn't listen.
Ad may have unnerved some people. To be clear, we did not mean to imply that our devices are literally possessed by dark forces. We were simply trying to show how our phones.
dude,
haunt
why
our
can't that
souls.
be the drama that I get in? I would so prefer that if people just thought I was demonic and that me and Anissa were demonic.
Am I wrong, but were they not trying to cancel J Station for worshiping the devil? That was the drama he was in, and I feel like Ian made fun of J Station back in the day. How dare you? You don't deserve demonic drama.
Like, I can't watch them. They're demonic. It'd be so much easier. I'd be like, yeah, sure. My OCD was reciting, how do you pronounce that? Psalm 23. See, I went to fucking church a lot. I didn't even know that was pronounced Psalm. Every time I thought I was being watched / demons were near or was just scared as a kid. Yeah. It's all performative. I'll tell you what's super performative. Some of the nastiest comments I will ever and have ever received on social media. You go to these fuckers' accounts, all they got is a Bible quote. Something like Psalm 23 or Corinthians 69 or fucking whatever else is there. And it's like, oh, you're a fucking rat. You're a religious rat. Fuck you. No hate like Christian love. Yeah. They're the worst, dude. So I've essentially become like even more reinforced in that way, very biased, just because like it's been so consistent at this point where I'm just like, okay, you definitely use this shit as a shield. All right, Earl Grey. One of these days we'll have a Hassan debate on whether Hassan is good or bad. I think that would be fun to do one day. You can bring.
I'll debate that. I'll debate Hassan is better than Ian, actually. I'll flip the tables.
Listen, how about this? You can make like a PowerPoint video so we can have it pre-watched to just make sure that you're not gonna like say a slur in the middle of it or something. Because I have a lot of like old slur fans. and then I will do a live stream of a pro Hassan PowerPoint. I work full time, man. I don't have time to do that. It's like your hate for.
I mean, what's worse, suicide or animal abuse? That's a weird debate. I guess one could argue suicide is least worse. You should suicide yourself so you stop abusing that animal. And one could argue that every day Ian lives is self-harm. But it's not so for Hassan. So if you argue that suicide and self-harm is really truly terrible, then Ian is truly a terrible person.
Hassan isn't even real at this point. Prove it. Prove it if you're a real fucking hater. Be like the fucking losers on like Kiwi Farms and shit, and take a day off of work and make like a cool ass video or something.
Your life is everything. You serve all purpose.
Oh, Ian. Last we were here, though, while doing a little bit of internet drama, last we were here, shit got pretty cringe with Turkey Tom. And by that, I mean, doesn't fucking matter that he didn't do anything bad. What matters is we've seen the type of women he goes for, and they're stupid, and they're cringe, and they're really awful. But he put out his response. We watched it. Now it's internet versus his response. So I want to check this out.
A couple weeks ago, we covered the allegations levied against YouTuber Turkey Tom, where his ex-girlfriend and a previous hookup went to Kiwi Farms to claim that Tom was abusive during their encounters, caused them to bleed, recorded them without their consent, and more. However, Tom has now responded to the allegations on his YouTube channel, with many online saying that it completely destroys the narrative. However, some aren't fully satisfied, including the accusers themselves, with both of them either calling Tom a liar or saying that the screenshots he used are out of context.
I loved someone calling this that goddamn Kiwi Farm and their feminist agenda. I love the idea that fucking Kiwi Farms is the fucking new female fucking progressive agenda on the internet trying to cancel all the fucking rapists. That's all we can summarize the Turkey Tom drama as, if you're not aware, was a failed feminist attack from Kiwi Farms.
With Sacramento making a long response and Kiwi Farms clarifying certain points. There's tons to get into and go over in regards to this response and the fallout that happened after, so let's just jump in. Welcome to the internet versus Turkey Tom's response. It starts when some clips went around of the video. The full thing will be linked in the description, but Leia Sapienti posted this clip with the caption, "Commentary YouTuber Turkey Tom responds to the allegations. Tom states that these allegations are false and easy to debunk."
The two women who are accusing me, Sacramento 89, real name Rowan, and Left 4 Dead, real name Katie, took to...
Yeah, that's why I'm not joking around here. Like I said, feminist, it was a feminist stop from the Kiwi Farms. They don't take kindly to creepers there.
Gossip forum Kiwi Farms to post the accusations, along with carefully cherry-picked screenshots to back up their claims. These claims aren't super difficult to debunk just because of the overwhelming amount of evidence I have on my side. So without further ado, let's start with Sacramento or Rowan. This is a girl I dated for about 7 months, from May of 2025 until January 10th of 2026. 4 days later, she made her first.
Why was everyone, like, mad at him also for saying their names? He dated them in real life, and they tried to ruin his thing and expose him. I would say he has a right to say these whores. Like, kinda, sorta. I don't know. Everybody's acting like... I love on Kiwi Farms, because we went over that last time, so I checked out the Kiwi Farms thread, how upset they were about someone getting doxxed. Like, are you serious? What is this world where fucking Reddit is Kiwi Farms and Kiwi Farms is Tumblr?
post. Here, she alleges that I am a real freak and like to, quote, record sexual encounters without asking for consent. This is blatantly untrue. I have never recorded any sexual encounter without explicit consent. As a matter of fact, with Rowan, she was the one who initiated the idea of filming sex acts in the first place. On Tuesday, August 19th, after 3 months of knowing each other and being sexually active, Rowan texted me saying, "You should get those Meta glasses when you crack me." I responded by saying, "For what?" And she answers again, "Cracking time," alluding to me filming her with the glasses onboard camera. Now, at the time, I did not feed into this. I did not show enthusiasm. I didn't even agree to get the glasses. I just responded and said, "Good night, sweet dreams." So 1 whole week goes by without us talking about it whatsoever. And then on August 25th, Rowan texts me saying, "You should get those Meta things for real." So I respond by saying, "I think I'm going to avoid filming anything involving sex for a while," showing that I am clearly not the person interested in filming our sexual encounters. She is. As you can see in the text, even when I say I don't want to film us having sex, she pushes the issue. Now, to be clear,
You're wrong about... Well, one, what fucking allegations? The allegations are literally... Like, every single one of them is debunked, my dude. The allegations is, I don't like the emo music he listens to. He's not even into good emo. He likes Bring Me to the Horizon. Are you serious? And once again, who gives a fuck about what people do role-playing wise? I don't care. If they're two adults, then no one cares. And second of all, like, you're fucking basically spitting in the face of real victims every time people do this fucking shit. There is nothing here, and yes, it took him a while to respond because he had to accept going through all of his text messages and having to admit to the internet because some random hoe with BPD decided to start drama with him. Now he has to put all of his business out there to make himself innocent. It's kind of fucking bullshit, really. But I guess I'm just being a sexist piece of shit again over here.
we did eventually take videos of ourselves being intimate, but I was given explicit consent every single time. And on a few occasions, she even took the phone out of my hand and was holding it while filming us. To be clear, there was never a tripod.
Also, Dan, you officially don't get opinions on drama anymore. Every news story you've said is fake, and you obviously refuse to look anything up. You are that person, Dan. You are that person who reads the headline and says, yep, that's what happened, and then you live your fucking life thinking this fake fact all day. You're that person that we're upset with in politics. You understand this? It's you, Dan. It's you. Educate and fix yourself, please.
Or a hidden camera. It was always handheld, and in every single video, she was clearly aware of the camera, making eye contact with the camera lens. Also, on September 8th, Rowan texts me, I do miss it though, in regards to our sexual interactions. She follows it up by saying, send the videos. Keep in mind, these are videos that she claims in present day were taken without her consent. She then goes on to say, and I quote, I will watch them and keep them close to my heart, clearly indicating she has no problem whatsoever with them existing. I'm an extremely paranoid person when it comes to my personal life and my sex life and my...
Yeah, and you know, most human beings, Dan, don't want to, like I said, come out that day and be like, time to drop all my text messages on my private relationship, and people are going to see that I date girls. Because honestly, like I said, what hurts Turkey Tom is that despite having all this money, cars, clout, he dates girls with an IQ of like 7, clearly. Because you can hear, like, the phone call between him, like, breaking up with her or whatever. And she's like, no, I don't want you to break up with me. I'm gonna ruin your life. And that was the blackmail, by the way. That was the blackmail. Him actually recording her saying, I'm gonna ruin your life. Because she got broken up with. Like, they're crazy bitches. People need to stop with that. Date normal people.
Dating life. As a public figure, I just like to keep my private life private. So I was very hesitant to send Rowan any sexual videos we had taken. However, I did send her one single still image from one of the videos where my face is obscured. I guess there was some lingering thought in the back of my mind that if her accounts were not locked down super well, and if she had been hacked, then the videos could have been made public. Now, there's an implication she makes a few different times that I'm basically blackmailing her with these videos.
Somebody asked if you had
did Josh get stuck with this stupid fucking interview is my question. What did he do wrong? It's already bad enough that Bossman Jack is in fucking prison or in rehab. Like, what is happening over at Matt on the internet? We didn't ask for this.
Any intention of getting any sort of like law enforcement involved, but I feel like you answered this where you just want to try to compel him to delete whatever he has on you, and that's like like the extent of your interest.
Yeah. And if he doesn't, I don't know. I'm kind of confused about what to do, but we'll see.
At no point anywhere did Rowan provide any proof of me threatening to release these videos of us having sex or threatening to send them anywhere. So she has no reason to believe that I would ever release them.
Leah Something then tweets out some of the texts that were featured in the video by saying, in response to the Turkey Tom allegations, Tom provides screenshots stating that Sacramento 89 gave consent to recording sexual encounters and asked to be recorded. Tom provides a screenshot of a text that occurred between Sacramento 89 and Turkey Tom. In this text, Sacramento 89 specifically states, "I know it's consensual." First is this text message where the girl says, "You should get those meta things though for real," and Tom replies, "I think I'm going to avoid filming anything involving sex for a while. Given recent events, I am paranoid." And she responds, "What recent events?" "Oh, dude, you did that before. SMH, can't have any first with a ran through dude." And then the next image is her saying, "Yeah, that makes sense. That's why you record it on the glasses." And Tom replies, "How does that prevent or change anything? I mean, I guess if it's just on a hard drive somewhere, it's fine." And then the third image is her saying, "Okay, yay. Are you mad at me? I know it's consensual. Lols. Have a good day. I gotta go to class." And Tom replies, "Okay, sounds good. Have a good day, Rowan." And she replies, "Okay, love you." Leah Something then follows up with this clip and the caption, "Turkey Tom provides a recording of Tom breaking up with Sacramento 89 and her refusal to accept the breakup."
And even began attempting to blackmail me into having sex with her again.
I don't know what you want me to say to you. I just want to move on from our relationship and have you go be in your corner. You can meet other guys and it'll be fine. I'll go meet other.
Okay, is there cope? Because to me, it seemed like Kiwi Farm set this up as an inside fucking joke to laugh at women later, is what it seemed like to me, quite frankly. But the ringworm allegations there are some allegations that weren't answered for in Kiwi Farms' defense.
Girls, we'll just break. We'll break up.
No, you won't, because I'm gonna make it hard for you to ever be in a relationship.
Why?
Because you don't deserve one.
It's poor 20-year-olds. Aww.
Why?
Because you're a piece of shit.
Why?
Because our whole relationship.
Tonto, now you can't say that. You know that is a website of scholars, my friend. They would never follow false information to feed a narrative. That would make them all hypocrites. They wouldn't do that.
You act like everything is all about you the whole time.
Oh, Tonto, you haven't been talking to many women out and about, have you? Well, maybe it's because I moved to West Michigan. All white women sound this way. At that age range.
Okay.
You don't give a fuck. You're just an awful guy, and I'm so sorry that your mom raised you. She seemed like a nice lady, but clearly she did something very wrong.
Okay, Rowan, I just want to move on and have my life, and you'll move on and have your life. And we can be in our own corners. We don't have to do damage to each other. We don't have to cause each other any more anguish, okay?
I just want to see you again, though. Do you think we'll ever be able to see each other?
After the way these conversations have gone today, I really don't think so.
Why?
Now, see what Turkey Tom did right there? People need to take note of. That is how he avoided getting stuck in an Anissa Jomha situation. He said he hit it, and then he quit it, everybody. He did it. Fucking hero. He should be a role model to the kids.
Because you're, threatening to blackmail me?
I'm not. Well, if you don't come see me, then I will.
I stated blatantly that I did not want to have sex with her. I didn't want to be with her anymore. I just wanted out of the relationship. This is something she was completely unwilling to accept, and that's why after I stopped talking to her, she proceeded to call me over 30 times and texted me 80 times with no response.
Tonanza also tweets out the call that we just listened to with the caption, "Call between Rowan, Sacramento 89, and Turkey Tom, where she threatens to blackmail him if he doesn't come see her. It's so Sacramento over." And Repsion replies, "This is what we call crazy BPD. If I don't get what I want, I'm going to harm you. Fucking unreal." And Claire replies, "A part of me feels bad for her. In my opinion, she thought if she acted like some kind of sex demon that would keep him. I could believe he was selfish and she gave and gave, but she told him she liked it. So I don't know. Her blackmailing him when it didn't go her way is when sympathy stops." Trayton replies to the clip by saying, "Okay, Tom seems like perfectly reasonable in this audio." And Tonanza says, "The entire video is brutal for the girls." Swag Paladin also posted Turkey Tom's response on the YouTube drama subreddit with the caption, "Turkey Tom has uploaded a response to the recent allegations with a video called My Side." In time, Abradolf replies, "TLDR, I want to see a full text log from either party in at least one of these." Upon reviewing the video, he provides some receipts, but feels very similar to Leaping Lemur, as they are contextual and only show very pro his side. This is understandable.
Oh, I see the problem. Dan, are you getting your fucking news from r/YouTube drama? You can't do that. They purposely downvote anything with facts in it if it's a user they don't like. They are the worst version of Kiwi Farms. You might as well just go to Kiwi Farms if you're going to go to r/YouTube drama. Quite honestly.
He does do this under the guise of not wanting to reveal everything, which is fine, except he drops the girls' names and their IG. That will drive harassment. At this point, either side could reveal full text exchanges and it would dispel who was actually telling the entire truth, especially because both of those sides crop the logs to hide full context. I want full context. This reads that both are telling half-truths. The problem with Tom is that there are multiple women claiming very similar things. My point still stands that even if people say they have certain fantasies, that does not mean you act on them without consent. And the talk in the chats show retroactive consents, but that doesn't mean
My point still stands that even if people say they have certain fantasies, that does not mean you can act on them without consent. This is true. Just because someone's into a rape fantasy doesn't mean you would rape them, for example. Like, that'd be terrible. Yes, they're right about this. But just like how far a person needs to go, though, to defend the person that says that and call on a voicemail, no. This is... all these people are toxic, including Turkey Tom, quite honestly, for even dating them.
beforehand isn't assault. I need to see any semblance of consent prior to sex for him to do what she alleges. All this does to me is highlight that these sexual encounters that did happen were rough.
Well, Vandy, did you see all this stuff? Did you enjoy... If you fucking hate Turkey Tom, then enjoy the type of bitches he dates. He isn't living his best life, I don't think. It's kind of sad, really.
She enjoyed some of it. But when people are in any sort of kink dynamic of any sort, even toxic, doesn't mean there can't be positives, which is what he is highlighting in his text. Hovercraft replies, no sigh, no dog, no, I didn't want to make this video. It's like he's never seen a YouTube apology before. And OP replies, he doesn't even angle the camera in a way that shows off his spacious mansion and car in the background. And Frosty Practice says, no dance, no ukulele, apology rejected. And My Tanks says, also, am I the only one that noticed her calling him N-word multiple times? Is she black? I'm genuinely asking. From the photos, I couldn't tell. And Time Aberdolf says she is not. An Electric Skull attaches this photo from Tom's video of her in a creeper face cover showing her body and saying, you gotta...
Yeah, Dan, how can you be on the sides of this woman? She said the N-word. That means all allegations thrown out.
Start putting rape time in your reminders. Good night, Tom. And the caption, yeah, I don't think she is. Smug Rappy says, it seems like a lot of these...
Well, you guys don't have to... Okay, guys, I went through this with Saber Spark. I understand. I would love for Saber Spark to be canceled, but unfortunately for us, he's actually a good law-abiding boy. That wouldn't do anything like force himself on a woman, because that would almost imply, like, self-confidence or something. Like, that just, I knew right away Saber Spark didn't rape anybody, right? I just knew in my heart of hearts. As much as I hate Saber Spark, No, he is not this type of user. So, like, I get it. But the fact that sometimes they get accused can be the win enough, and it shows that you're the better person. You get a laugh at them all having to deal with it. You get a laugh at Turkey Tom dating these stupid whores that say these things. Fun.
Replies are having a very tough time differentiating between someone being a person with opinions they don't like and being a woman beating rapist abuser. You don't have to like the guy, but to say that he deserved this or that he didn't manage to prove his innocence here, he did, watch the video, and therefore he's still a rapist is such ideologically captured bad faith brain rot that it's difficult to take that opinion seriously without having brain damage. Just to put this out there, for the less intelligent users of this subreddit,
you date BPD girls? Is that... I thought you were into MILF, so why don't you stick to that, and then you wouldn't have these problems? Why can't you all, like, make the right choices? If someone looks like a suicide girl from fucking 2007 MySpace, they probably got problems.
he played a clip of her literally trying to blackmail him into sex using revenge porn. That's illegal. And if she got him to do it, that's rape. You are defending a rapist. You are endorsing and defending rape. And you should not speak to me, nor should you be allowed to hold an opinion on this subject. What a genuinely disappointing.
That was very Tumblr coded right there. Then you believe in rape. You think rape is awesome, and that makes you disgusting. I don't ever want to see you on my dashboard again.
Reaction from this community. A lot of you guys need to be checked. A deleted user replies, he said the name of someone who wanted to remain anonymous. Cool. And KHRAM replies, it's over for her. Her socials will be getting absolutely destroyed right now. At that point, it's best to delete everything than create new accounts if you still want to be online. Exposed and Posed says, oh no, someone facing consequences for their actions after they publicly released private messages and defamed someone. Gosh, I could just cry. And Adrift and Avoid says,
that's what I'm saying. Turkey Tom didn't do anything wrong. It's his fucking private life.
How do you expect someone to remain anonymous and accuse someone of sexual misconduct at the same time? There's zero way to verify any of their claims otherwise. And Nonstop Disco says, seriously, I hate how people don't even consider this. Grouch just says, yeah, that is definitely the key takeaway from this. So fucking unfair that her first name is revealed after she literally tried to ruin someone's life over her own completely unhinged behavior. And Flat Ranger says, that's the biggest thing you took away from this? In the phone call, she tries to blackmail him into having sex, which is definitely an attempt to rape him. He didn't want to have sex with her, but she tried to force him through blackmail. That's a non-consensual rape. I don't know why an attempted rapist has a right to anonymity when they're trying to destroy their ex's life for not having sex with them.
Oh yeah, that's true. She's trying to blackmail him. She is the sex coercer. I don't know how to say it. Coerce? You know what I mean. They didn't get me good enough in speech therapy, I guess. Yes, it's sexual blackmail, technically. That is what she did on that call. Actually, what she did on that call is a crime, but fucking Turkey Tom is not gonna bring his sexual harasser to justice. I mean, if Turkey Tom were a female PNG creator, but it'd be like, do it, I'll help you get your abuser. But because it's a male, it's like, whatever.
Statistician Fit says, what is going on in here? It doesn't seem like y'all want fairness here. How about we talk about the evidence he used to debunk the claims instead of, oh no, he revealed her name? And Capable Locksmith replies, that seems to be the driving narrative. Ignore the 40-minute video where he provides receipts and focus solely on him naming the woman accusing of some petty, heinous shit with what seems to be no evidence. And Intako replies, also plenty of people here demanding to see evidence of consent for every single sexual encounter. Forever OK replies to the thread by saying, as nice as it is to see him at last get a taste of his own medicine, I would be lying if I typed that I cared about this situation, let alone this apology. I see all this as just another cautionary tale regarding big YouTubers and e-celebs in general. The fact people have put faith in someone like Turkey Tom at all is nonsense to me, and it says a lot about how desperate people are these days for role models. I do not care about the Kiwi Farms. It is not a real place. The majority of people there do not have a thing going for them, and one day it will be gone. And the world, let alone the internet, will be better off without it. And I did not.
Whoa! That's some threats right there. That's rude. I think this pixel art is terrible. But I'm already on this ship. Whoop whoop.
need the Kiwi Farms to know a person like Turkey Tom is a piece of crap. His empty gaze, callous attitude towards every issue, and insistence on being just another drama channel was proof enough of that. If you people wish to put your faith in this forced and sincere video, go ahead, because there are many, many Turkey Toms in the internet. And if it takes a garbage website full of garbage people like a Kiwi Farms to expose them, you all are truly doomed. You'd also post.
Yeah, if there's many, many Turkey Toms on the internet, why does everyone hate him so much? What's your guys' damage? I think his video essays are pretty good. I don't like his Tom Dark channel, but I like his actual videos.
That Turkey Tom dropped a 41-minute response video to his allegations on his main YouTube channel, and Jeebus Lives replies, "Let me save you 40 minutes. He has a gigantic cock and really bad text game and likes BPD girls." And Shogun Daddy replies with this picture from Tom's video where the girl is saying, "You gonna tear it up or what?" And he replies, "That's the plan." And Jeebus Lives replies, "I feel so sorry for him. Cringest video to ever have to make." Substance replies to Yeet by saying, "He doxes his accuser in this video when it wasn't necessary whatsoever to deny the allegations against him. It was purely out of spite." And Scott replies, "Really? Psycho bitches try to ruin him and you think he should give a shit about that?" Kieranol says, "Fuck these accusers. If you accuse me of SA, then be ready to face a huge wave of backlash. To lie in my name is crazy." Fuck you, Angeman says, "Foul what? You falsely accuse me out of spite, I'm 100% gonna air your ass out. What are we talking about?" Red Rover says, "You were glossing over the fact that this girl approached an administrator of Kiwi Farms, a forum that is notorious for doxing. Lock in, man." Noah Blum quote tweets his post by saying,
Yeah, what the fuck? Why are these poor victims of nothing getting a pass for using evil transphobic Kiwi Farms exactly? Bro, the no lib is making the fucking purity test anymore out on these streets. Yeah, Rowan. All those bitches I know named Rowan. I better go fucking throw eggs at them today. It's Tuesday after all. Oh no, wait, it's Friday.
absolutely brutal takedown of his accusers. He brought all the receipts. And Butt Boob replies, "Exactly. The only thing he was guilty of was ignoring red flags, lol." And Noah says, "The funniest YouTube comment I saw? Dude trained his entire career for this moment, lol." Bo Blacks tweets out, "Damn it. Now I gotta find a new reason to hate Turkey Tom." And Bourbon Slash replies with this old tweet from Tom in reply to Bo Blacks where Tom said, "Praise Skibbity or perish." And Bo Black says, "I'm getting triggered." Keemstar tweets out, "Turkey Tom is innocent, but he's guilty for dating low-life attention-seeker skanks. Like, one loser-ass bitch, okay? Mistake happen. But two? Bro, you have zero game if you're picking up these low-life women. You're a fucking desperate loser, Tom. Face it." And Go Gator replies,
Based? Based?
Keemstar fucking got him, because that was my reaction to this whole drama, honestly. What a fucking loser.
"So it was a nothing burger." And Keem says, "I mean, I was not there, but it definitely seems like he's innocent based on everything I've heard. Definitely not enough to find him guilty." Ricky Berwick replies, "No more e-girls at Bird." Dreaded Discourse replies to Keem by saying, "Or he's just young. He's 20 years younger than you. You're 43 years old. You sound like the loser. Offer advice, not insults. You're old enough to be a role model now." Keegan replies,
I've never seen anyone get fucking scolded on the internet for not being a good role model to the younger influencers. What the fuck was that hall monitor right there?
to Keem by saying, "Isn't the girl you're dating the same age as your daughter?" And You Are Wrong replies, "Why do you retards post this as if it's an own when it's awesome? How delusional are you incels?" And Scott says, "It's not an own, it's fucking embarrassing. It means he has no maturity. If you have anything in common with a 20-year-old in your 40s, then you went very wrong somewhere in your adult life." Mr. Snark quote tweets Keemstar by saying, "Racist YouTuber Daniel Keem calls rape victim a skank, bitch, and attention seeker." And Kuro replies,
We really are just user teardrop at this point. Keemstar called a rape victim an attention seeker, even though... What was she fucking... Yeah, that's what rapists do. They just fucking beg and threaten to blackmail their fucking rapists. They end a relationship. That's what they do. But this is why, like, I'm glad that Tom did the sexual, like, consensual sex is good too in all those text messages, because there's fetish stuff, and then I think she was just trying to bait him. Like, she wanted to get him canceled.
Rowan called it rape time multiple times, asked him to be rougher, etc. And every time she called it rape time, Tom replies with a version of consent is nice or please don't call it rape time. Rusty Cage tweets out, I tried to fix the Turkey Tom. I really tried. By force, as a friend. But there is something inherently screwed up about him. And Tiny Dancer replies with this meme image saying, y'all dudes hating on Turkey Tom for getting some pussy. Kavos tweets out, Turkey Tom's new video seems like a slam dunk to me. Catches the girls accusing him blatantly lying multiple times with his own proof, and I think that video puts this whole mess to rest. Nothing more disgusting than people lying about serious allegations. Willie Mack Show quote tweets an old post he made that we read in the first part of this series, where he said Turkey Tom does nothing and the accusers implode, and then he says Tom does respond, allegations explode. Ganji the Goblin tweets out this clip with the caption, it's so over, Chud Bros.
This is me. On February 2nd.
I feel bad for Chud.
The goat. Thank you for the $5.
I feel bad for Chud. Now he's taking. I don't feel bad for Chud. Chud went live. This thing came out at like fucking, what is it, like between 6 and 10 o'clock the night before. And he was up by 8 a.m. saying the great sweep is on and sicked his entire fucking audience on me. I don't feel bad for Chud. Not one bit.
She slides up on my story and says she is counting down the days until she can see me again. She then says that she needs to see me ASAP, and she misses all the things about me on February.
The great sweep is on at 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, guess what, asshole? If you don't go fly back to whatever fucking bonger country you're in, if you're not streaming by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, I'm thinking you're sweeping this up. And I know exactly what kind of person you are.
And Willie Mack quote tweets the post by saying, I thought we learned 8 years ago that it's based to not cover allegations until both sides responded. Weird how people acted with Tom, even though it was some of the least substantiated accusations we've seen. And Nick,
That's what I'm saying. It's like some kind of weird gaslighting fucking disinformation campaign. So I'm in that Yeet Discord server. Turkey Tom allegations dropped. And everyone was immediately like, this is just stupid fucking mad ex-girlfriends doing ex-girlfriend shit. And then I told user Angry Dan, oh, it's a fucking nothing burger. Because in the drama server, where drama's discussed, they said nothing burger. And I reported that to Dan, because I really didn't care about what Turkey Tom is up to. I didn't know how cringe this was. And then, like, it exploded, and everyone's talking about this guy like he's a rapist and a lolicon and a child molester and all that stuff. And I'm just like, now that I've seen the actual text messages, just making me mad at humanity again. Stop being dumb. Go back to school. Read a book.
Oreo replies, it's 11, and I'm starting to fear the great sweep has begun. Black Cat replies to Willie Mack by saying, so if 2 women accuse Hassan of sexual misconduct, as well as extremely embarrassing personal life details, you and Nick will not cover it at all, even if he stays completely silent? I somehow doubt that. And Willie replies, you said the same stupid comment before. Hassan has had brothel allegations. I never covered it.
That's actually where the drama between this group of commentary kind of is divided against, like, Nux Taku, Austin, the Austin, Texas fucking Tectone Asmongold group here, because there is no proof about the Hassan brothel allegations, I guess, but they keep repeating it over on that side.
Keep coping. Keep making up hypotheticals. Doesn't change reality. And Black Cat says, to even compare 2 women directly accusing with texts and everything versus Hassan going to a random brothel a billion years ago, just answer the question. If 2 women directly accuse Hassan of sexual misconduct, would Nick cover it?
Lolita, please. I read Inuyasha fan fiction. That's really where things get racy.
Before he responded, would Ethan? Would you? Yes or no? Crispy replies to Willie Mack by saying, remember when you accused Queeman and Augie of doxing with no evidence because your feelings got hurt? And Willie says, crazy because I never did that. I said I was doxed by Queeman's unhinged viewers. And then I criticized Queeman for giving a hypothetical where I deserved it. You guys just make up stuff. I've offered to talk to Augie and show him behind the scenes if he is confused at all. And Crispy replies, yes, you accused them with no evidence. Augie, you should let Willie show you his secret. This is why I accused you files. Mirza also replies to Willie by saying, "You did say it's not normal for JStalk/Queeman's community to have this much doxing coming from it. The victims are Destiny, Dan, me, Hutch, with no evidence. If you're accusing their communities of doxing, you are by extension accusing them as well. You're just lying." And Willie replies, "I'm not going to post all of those people's doxes. Go to Kiwi Farms and look it up. Then look up how those accounts like and watch Queeman. It isn't hard, man. Or, you know, just watch the stream where Hutch says it." And Queeman replies, "Those accounts is a nice use of a plural to dodge the fact you've got no evidence for the person who actually did it."
Okay, just because, like, Queeman was kind of a hanger-oner during the fucking Mama Max drama, really. But, like, in all reality, he is kind of a hack fucking loser as far as commentary channels go. Because, so, there was an incident where, like, Deadwing Dork found this Blue Sky account with all these, like, pedos doing this insane shit. And it's, you know, it's up his genre. Fucking because it is internet users being creepy, gross shit. And for some reason, Queeman thought he was being like a Mama Max pedo hunter or something and like grifting. And ran a whole story about how Deadwing Dork is Mama Max. I guess that was what he was going for. And it all kind of fell apart immediately. Like, so ever since then, I'm like, that fucking Queeman's like dumb.
You don't trick anyone when you do this, Willie. It just shows us all what an inbred, low IQ goy dog you are. Destiny quote tweets Willie's original post with a long LOL with a deep breath in the middle, and Willie replies, "You did respond. I also talked to you twice. Just because your response sucks, it doesn't make my statement any less true." RFC then tweets out, "My broom is the strongest broom, many have said," and then posts, "I've been around way long enough to know that 90% of allegations are total bullshit. Scorned whores are trying to do as much damage as they can because they are angry, emotional, and in some cases evil. Watching people figure this lesson out for the 50th time as if it's the first time this has ever happened has been ridiculously funny to watch. It's almost like you should hear both sides out and make a decision once the cards have been played, instead of jumping in instantly like everyone wanted me to do. In conclusion, I was right to wait. You were all wrong and retarded. Fuck all of you." Locosword tweets out a screenshot of Turkey Tom's video and captions it by saying, "No fucking way Turkey Tom's response to the allegations is showing a bunch of messages where you can see the main two girls against him literally begging for him. Low tier God and Miskiff wish they could do some shit like this." And Nick Romancer replies, "Honestly, the most entertaining drama video I've watched." And Loco Sword says, "It's funny because there are drama videos with less care and thought put into them than this, and this is still one of the funniest just because the comeback was unfathomably crazy." Scoutiver says, "I'm so confused as to why those women tried that stunt knowing there is a chat history." 9 Takes tweets out this screenshot with the caption, "Turkey Tom's accuser is coping on their Instagram story right now. This will age horribly." And it's a screenshot from Clorox Katie where she is watching the video about the first 30 seconds of it, and she says, "Pack watch for Turkey Tom. Night rape Tom, you can't hide and lie." Left 4 Dead or Clorox Katie also made a post on Kiwi Farms where she replied to a user posting the video, and she said, "Watching right now, I'm on a plane. I'm gonna kill this lying F." Then Sacramento, the other accuser, also went to Kiwi Farms to make some posts directly responding to Tom's video where she says, 1. Thanks for doxing me, Tom. 2. You gonna address DMing minors? 3. I asked you to film like 1 time. The rest of the time you just whipped the camera out. You are a lying piece of shit." She also then replied to herself saying, "Also, I wasn't bleeding because of my period and you know damn well. I told you I liked it because I gave in to you hitting me in the fucking face. You are a retard, Tom." She then replies again saying, "Also, your dick isn't that big, you ugly Bulgarian MF." Then over on Twitter, Brandon Buckingham makes a post about the situation where he says, "For 3 weeks straight, this girl has been publicly claiming that my roommate, Turkey Tom, has been sexually/physically abusive, non-consensually filmed sexual encounters, encouraged her eating disorder, along with an absurd amount of other blatantly false claims. In her sick attempt to ruin Tom's life, she also brought up my wife and a daughter and implied he was a danger to my child. Since she wants to post about my family publicly on Kiwi Farms, here is her public LinkedIn profile." He then attaches a screenshot of her full legal name and face on LinkedIn and what school she's going to. The crude dude replies, "I'd maybe start looking for somewhere else to live because even with Tom's side, brother was leaked saying you were an addict hooked on whippets and that was the reason your body shut down and you ended up in the hospital." And Brandon says, "Tom never said that. What you're referring to is text between Rowan and one of her friends."
Jesus Christ, I thought we'd all be laughing at how cringe. I didn't understand what drama this fucking Turkey Tom's response brought to the fucking commentary community. We'll be looking at G4 after this, too.
she's a liar. This absolutely retarded nitrous oxide story was fabricated by Rowan out of spite because Tom refused to move closer to her and instead decided to move with me. Dimes replies to Brandon by saying, if you have a wife and child, you should not have a roommate. Sirius replies to Brandon by saying, so you're turning around and doxing her socials? Depraved fans will take this to the worst possible locations. This is what happens when insecure men get caught red-handed. And Real One replies, you don't know what doxing means. A public profile isn't doxing. And Sirius says, flagging socials to deranged zealot fans is an obvious whistle to go after them in the worst way. Your kind do that shit all the time. Ethan Ralph then quoted Brandon Buckingham by saying, you just...
I love your kind do that all the time, and then Ethan Ralph came in with something to say, and it's like, God damn it, that's not helping any arguments for anybody.
know this woman is an absolute freak in the sheets. Mr. Teen Crypto quotes Brandon by saying, guy allegedly on the brink of death who hasn't posted in 4 months. Yeah, this chick who said my roommate raped her is lying. And Raspy Raccoon replies, are you unaware that Tom came out today with months worth of receipts proving that he did not in fact rape anybody? Or are you just spreading misinformation for the fun of it? And Mr. Teen says, not claiming allegations to be true or not, I don't know who Turkey Tom is. It's just objectively kind of funny to return from such a harrowing incident with this as your first post. Nicholas Duriel also then makes his own post screenshotting a post by Sacramento where Gunned Super Soldier asks her, are you going to address anything either? And she says, we are going to make a statement once we have both watched the video and collected our thoughts. And Nick says, no you don't, see. And Flash replies, yo, that's fucking ballsy. And Nick says, she tried to dox people close to me for less. He then makes a follow-up post clarifying the situation saying, Turkey Tom's ex attempted to dox an offline person I attended VidCon with in 2025. This was done because, quote, she must have known something, end quote, and she wanted us to suffer for simply knowing Tom. This worthless bitch gets no sympathy from me. I ran to Kiwi Farms to warn women about my ex who dumped me. I feel like attempting to dox an innocent woman because you're a cloud whore kind of fucks your narrative. And Tipster replies, I have my own issues with Tom, but despite that, I think it's shitty to make false allegations against anyone, including him. Glad he was able to clear his name. It was fun to point and laugh at him a bit, but I won't be pushing false allegations simply because I dislike someone. And Ropes of Piss replies, you two need to lead a gooner support group, like Alcoholics Anonymous. And Tipster says, from the looks of it, both of us would just encourage farther gooning. He then also makes a follow-up post with some screenshots, quote tweeting the post we just read by saying, I'm trying to save women by tailing Kiwi Farms, attaching posts that Sacramento made last week on Thursday where Cheese Boob asked her, I think the Anon VidCon girl that Sacramento was talking to would actually know who Nick Duro's girlfriend is. But I agree it would be a good way to push Duro to a breaking point with Tom. I wish Anon VidCon girl would come here to spill everything she has.
It's just so gross. Let these poor commentator fucking internet people live. Ew.
Too. And Sacramento replied, yeah, I don't know who it is. She does. She told me the girl was apparently a long-term girlfriend he's known since elementary school. I asked her who she is just now. And another post from last Friday where Gamer8 PTSD says, you all laughed at him. Well, who's laughing now? And Sacramento replied, I actually reached out to Tom's puppy girl. Haven't heard back. Tom's ex-M, aka Chopped, said he was talking with her during their short relationship from October to November 2024, which is important to note. Then she attaches another post by Gatorade who says, any news on the name of Dioreo's girlfriend? 1. I think all of us here want to know exactly who is willing to allow all 5'1" and 300 pounds on top of her. How she's even able to find his little Augie under all that is a mystery we need answered. 2. It'll make for a great Valentine's Day for the happy couple. 3. The potential it's not really a she at all is certainly greater than 0. 4. Who wants to bet it's really flamenco in a wig?
Someone please explain this. I thought we weren't allowed to bully gay people. They are... I guess it's true equality now because, like, I kind of don't understand these super homophobic statements. Haha, I bet you he has opinions that I don't like and hangs out with people I don't like. So I bet he has sex with men. Lol, this has never made sense to me. You're not allowed to say the word gay anymore. To call things stupid. That's dehumanizing, don't you know? And don't you ever insult anybody that's this thing ever. But then people can turn around and be like, did you hear that the Grindr was going nuts after the convention? Lol. So is it a bad thing to be gay or not, society? I begin to think a lot of people are homophobic, but they just, like, pretend they're not. because that's like not the cool thing to do. And they've just found little ways to hide it. That's what I think.
And Sacramento says, no, VidCon girl hasn't responded. Maybe Tom or Nick got to her and threatened her or something. I wouldn't be surprised. Then there's a
Oh, you're right. This is from Kiwi Farms. I forgot. I just thought since Kiwi Farms is on their feminism fucking rager, we wouldn't dare.
fourth post that Nick attaches where Slap Shoes says, it really sounds like you're just enjoying the internet fame.
Well, it's like I said, just my mistake because it was Kiwi Farms, but just if we're gonna come in here under the fucking rainbow battle of a woman was hurt today, guys. This person's awful. We gotta cancel them. You know, they'd be more empathetic fucking heroes who wouldn't be homophobic. I'm gonna start calling out, you know what? Because I said that I was gonna be an LGBT ally when J.K. Rowling was a hero to the people and said gay people are people too. And I said I watch Will and Grace and Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. It's fucking true. And I said I'd be an ally. But then a whole bunch of like other words and everything came around. And like then there was just too many colors of the rainbow and I didn't understand what was going on anymore. So I just hid. But no, I'm not gonna take this blatant homophobia from bitches no more. I'm calling this shit out when I hear these comments. You all want to see a woke scold unlike you've ever seen before? Homophobia is going to be the battle I take up. That is all.
And trying to share everything you know, including doxing people completely unaffiliated with the situation and who you haven't claimed did anything wrong. It's kind of fucked up to involve someone like her. And Sacramento replies, yes, I'm really enjoying my 5 seconds of internet cloud by posting about my insane abusive ex on Kiwi fucking Farms completely anonymously. All of these freaks and the ones covering for him deserve to get nuked. He then follows up saying she has time to deny reality but not respond to Tom, posting a new post in reply to Nick's allegation where Gun Super Soldier attached Nick's tweet and asked her, is this true? The one about trying to dox the girlfriend, and she says, I didn't dox anyone. Tom's side chick just said she was at VidCon with your girlfriend and I asked her who she was, lol. Nick then continues saying, Kiwi Farmers tried to help her off the ledge by the way, attaching this post by Slapshoes who says, I have no problem with you giving details about any abuse or things like that, but when you're dropping things like Tom liking nipple play and trying to dox completely unaffiliated people like Diorio's girlfriend, you've gone too far, and it's pretty clear you're on the warpath and coming from a place of vengeance and not seeking justice. Diorio is a fat F from Long Island who talks about internet drama. He's not some independent news channel who's compelled to cover every single topic. At first, I agreed that Nick was covering up, but he did a 4-hour-long Tom stream and even was very clear about his bias and how he didn't want to cover the story, but he still did. He shared all your claims on his stream to over 5,000 people live, but I guess that's not enough for you. I was in full support of you and the other girl when you first started posting, but you've jumped the shark. You went from sharing stories of abuse and unethical behavior to trying to embarrass him over nipple play and somehow
Can't believe your fucking Kiwi Farms profile made it onto Twitter versus. Congrats.
furious at Fat Fuck Diorio for only doing a 4-hour stream on Tom and sharing all your accusations to his audience. It just feels like you're enjoying this all a bit too much. And given all the details you've shared, you are not posting completely anonymously. And then Nick follows up saying, additional context, I did get to the VidCon girl first, but she already realized what Sacramento planned to do with that information and cut contact. He then attaches these screenshots with the caption, I think everyone in the stream segment got it, but I guess I needed an additional thing here. He then attaches this post by Gatorades where he's replying to a post by Sacramento we read earlier, and Gator says, while I'm not going to hit the gas on the bloodlust here, I think it's very fair to make it clear. By giving us this girl's name, you'll likely destroy any goodwill Nick has for Tom, and by extension anyone loyal to Nick, and significantly impact Fatboy. Do this only if you're certain. Personally, I'll find it funny as hell. And then a post by Sacramento saying that Tom hates Mudahar, and Gator says Turkey Tom does not redeem apparently. Then Sacramento replied to Gatorade's post suggesting to give Nick Diorio's ex-girlfriend's
Fuck. I have headphones on, so I'll go check. There could have been a package. I'm gonna BRB anyway. I didn't think this was gonna be such a saga. Such an explosion. I'll go check.
It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, 'cause everything is never.
I don't know what ding-dongs you're talking about. I didn't find any. But what I do know is... something's wrong with Elon Musk's Vegas Tesla tunnels. I just got that ground news alert. It's true. He's taking L's again, ladies and gentlemen.
Name, and Sacramento says, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been going gorilla mode on Tom since I got hard proof he was cheating on me and his friends were clearly all complicit in his degenerate freak behaviors. So at this point, I don't really care. Sorry, Josh. I know you're probably mad at me. Nicandros replies to all of this thread by saying, I thought this was a baseless accusation at first, but these screenshots totally turn it around. Then going back to Brandon Buckingham just briefly, Augie tweets out, Brandon Buckingham is Wanghalf, and Reaver replies, let's do a slightly better job at having principles. And Augie says, how about we go back to Reddit with this F principal shit and enjoy when funny things happen? And Reaver replies, you aren't Red Bar Kino Casino. And Augie says, the funny thing is, I can just change my mind whenever I want. And Java replies, yeah, because nobody watches you, so no one cares. Review Jack replies to Augie's post by saying, did Tom's ex-bitch actually try to dox a Diorio's BBW? Or is it just that message? And Augie says, according to her, we all deserve to get nuked, and she was actively looking for information on her. I find it absolutely hilarious that she was the only one to end up getting blasted, and nobody can convince me why that isn't funny, attaching the post that we read earlier from Sacramento. Then there was continued responses on Kiwi Farms by Sacramento about the whole situation. It starts by Cope and Seeth screenshotting this post by Y. Golonic and saying, apparently Katie, Left 4 Dead, is on a plane seething about the Tom response. Can't wait for their response. What a shit show, Lamau. And Harmful Opinions replies, I don't think there's going to be a response. Then Cope and Seeth quote tweets Harmful Opinions with this new screenshot by Sacramento and new post with the caption, don't bet against extreme BPD, in a Sacramento saying, yeah, I overblew some shit. Like I said, I gave into it and told him I liked it. Should have been more 100 about that. But I will say I didn't lie about Brandon doing whippets. Katie brought it up first. And those texts were real, hence why he doxed me. And yeah, a response is coming at this point. It's all out there, so whatever, main. Ralph Amail is ugly as fuck, whoever he is. Ethan Ralph quote tweets Cope and Seeth's post by saying, this bitch already wants the Ralph Amail. I woke up to...
We still got 10 more minutes left of this video. I think the drama could still be continuing, but this is a fun internet versus video. Everybody's out playing.
39 DMs, and they all said only Ethan Ralph could tame this wild pussy. Also, whippets. Are we in the 8th grade, you silly bitch? Cope and Seeth then also screenshots a longer response that Sacramento made with the caption, Sacramento has posted a short essay response on KF as she and Left 4 Dead continue their world record attempt for victim to lolcow any percent speedrun. And it's Sacramento saying, I understand people have rightfully called me out for saying stuff about Tom without providing the full context and spinning the narrative about certain things. I'm sorry for not providing the full context of this situation. Here is the full truth with no lies, just 100% coming clean. Yes, we were both into kinky stuff, but I will say he did never ask before engaging in it, so I just assumed he was into that and played into it. From after our first sexual encounter. On our first sexual encounter, he was very rough and engaged in choking and BDSM without asking before. What he was into was basically rape play / CNC, so that's why I repeatedly referred to it as such. That wasn't out of the blue me calling our encounters rape. I never asked him to be especially sexually aggressive at first. It was like that from the jump. It was because of the nature of our...
I think the problem is because Turkey Tom is just what Turkey Tom is. He's a 20-something-year-old that got rich pretty quickly, fucking making YouTube videos, and like, he actually isn't that bad at it, and he actually doesn't get in that much drama, and we're used to people like Ethan Ralph, fucking co-host of, well, I mean, host of the Kill Stream, you know, fucking burning out in a year. And it's like, when will it be Turkey Tom's turn? And it doesn't happen. And everyone's so mad. White men aren't allowed to be successful. Didn't you all learn that from the roasted Tom Brady?
Encounters, I assumed that was what he was into. Yes, I'm into some freaky shit like that, but he is very much into it too. And that doesn't mean that he occasionally didn't take it too far to the point where I would express physical pain. Tom was only able to ejaculate from the videos or if I was crying in pain, and that is the truth. Also, it's true I had never used KF before my relationship with Tom, and he was on the website often, and did have issues with ED. Also, yes, I used to be online and I knew who Tom was, but my online activity has been very limited in the past few years, and all of my accounts were private. The bleeding was caused by sex sex, not my birth control. I made sure to note that in my text with him, I said I was on my period sometimes or just bleeding after sex if you review the screenshots we have both posted. I would be on my period off and on for a month on occasion, but I would bleed consistently after sexual interactions. Sure, we had sex on my period sometimes, but he would also cause me to bleed multiple times from our sexual encounters when I wasn't. There is a clear difference between period blood and blood from being wounded, TMI. Also, the Lolita poster was in my best friend's room, and I was calling her room goals because I thought her squishmallows are cute. Tom has been in my room multiple times, and I did not have any Lolita or Lolicon related stuff in my room, so I think it's odd he referenced that, especially considering Ellie's room is filled to the brim with Lolicon figures, and he visited her IRL. One thing he did not address is the fact that he did hit me in the face multiple times, which I never asked for nor consented to. He also did not address Katie being bruised from their sexual encounters, which she proved with photographic evidence. The texts with my roommates were genuine, and I did tell her about a time after we had sex that was very aggressive, and he did say he liked hurting me. I was uncomfortable after that one experience, but I still stayed with it and fed into it. Tom did bring up the Liam and Kai situation with me multiple times, and I knew nothing about the details of that until he showed me pictures of them together. On one occasion, he did drive to my place and rant about Kai for like 3 hours before having sex with me that was aggressive. That is when he showed me texts from her and told me about the blackmail folder. I did ask him if it was okay to film a couple of times and made jokes about the Meta goggles, but the rest of the times he would start filming without asking. A couple of times I waved my hands to get him to stop and express discomfort, and he did stop but kept the videos. I believe I held the phone up once during one of the times I asked him to film. There were several occasions in which he would take his phone out of mid-sexual activity and record without asking first. I also find it interesting he called me an insecure partner, when another girl came forward confirming that he was indeed cheating on me throughout our relationship. Another thing he didn't address is the age play situation. The woman he met up with has been exposed multiple times for being an age player and a lolicon. That was one of the main reasons for me coming forward in the first place, because she dressed like a child and fed into that stuff. Based on what I've seen from her Instagram, there is absolutely no way he would not have known this.
But isn't that like the whole fucking dressing up like a child age play thing? Isn't that kind of a problem when we actually do have that Lolita style and oh look at the pacifiers? This is what got fucking Pixie Locks banned from goddamn fucking Facebook, if we recall. Like, this is a whole aesthetic for like this suicide BPD girl type thing. Like, am I a pedo for drawing Hello Kitty dolls on here? How far does this stupid fucking allegation go on this stuff? And this is where Kiwi Farms is kind of problematic. It's like, because these are the micro celebrities we A-log and make fun of. What happens when you have an actual ex-girlfriend? An actual hater? They kind of shit up the threads, honestly.
He also did not address the comments he made towards me and Katie about us looking underage, which were genuine comments he made. The things I said in the interview about Destiny and Dick Masterson were true, and he told me those things in person. Katie and I will be making a longer response with more screenshots enhancing our side. He did ask for nudes, and we have proof of this. The unsolicited nude pictures claims are crazy. I also want to say that in my spurred out text chain to him during our breakup, I called him out multiple times for hitting me without my consent, which he conveniently left out. Mr. Frost replies by saying, like, bro, we have her multiple times calling it rape time, and him saying, stop saying that. Is she fucking delusional? Not only that, she even is not denying the texts are fake. She even basically said the pedo shit is untrue without saying it. Not only that, she told Tom to watch Lolita. She is fucking lying in real time. Also, isn't it fucking convenient she is now showing more proof and not when she was smearing him? Is she a fucking warlock summoning more evidence when it's necessary and not right goddamn now? Also, she is now saying that the age play had to have happened because the woman does age play. This is fucking disgusting behavior. It's like saying, oh, you fucked that whore because she does OnlyFans for work. Like, bitch, were you there in the bedroom when they fucked? Zafirinu Sprimney also posts this post by Sacramento on the R YouTube drama subreddit, and Big Bang Ass Banger replies, see, this shit here is why Kiwi Farms is the worst place to drop accusations against people. The fact that not only is she now saying it's consensual, but all the negative ratings
XQC proves that Jonestown was just. Is that what you're saying, Tonto? That's insane.
she's getting makes it clear this is just some petty revenge plot. Tom ain't clean either, but at this point I would be behind him more than either of these women unless it wasn't consensual with Left 4 Dead, and I feel it was like with Sacramento here. And Zealous Ideal replies, on this sub I Left 4 Dead, and I feel it was like with Sacramento here. And Zealous Ideal replies, on this sub I noticed Kiwi Farms is simultaneously most credible place and least credible place on the planet for information, depending if the sub likes you or not. In the OG thread they took everything as gospel because Tom is an asshat with very questionable ethics and character. character. Lil J says, the big issue is that 4 days before posting to KF, she called him to blackmail him if he didn't go see her. Now any update she posts is tainted with, is this a true complaint or part of said blackmail? I would be slightly, and I mean slightly more understanding if she was the one that posted the call, but she never mentioned it. She posted about how they had sex 3 to 4 times a day, but after the relationship, suddenly his dick doesn't work anymore. There are parts where she says it's so big it hurts, but at the same time he can't get hard and has ED. Just so you know, rough sex does not cure ED. She contradicts herself too much to be anywhere near reliable, and she has destroyed any trust in her story. Katie saying she realized that she was a victim after the second trip while at the same time planning a third trip across the country is also a red flag. The whole thing comes off as he didn't want to sleep with him anymore, so to them, the relationship became an issue. Also, posting to KF because you're scared he is going to leak the videos and immediately leaking stuff to Null is a bad look. I'm pretty sure the only reason we don't have the videos is because she didn't have them. If Tom had made that blackmail call to try to get her to stay in the relationship, it would have been over for him and 90% of people wouldn't accept anything after. So why should we accept anything she says now? It's too late for her to take her foot out of her mouth. This has given Tom a pretty decent out for what could have been some real issues. And it has also justified his just in case folder in my mind, and he should rename it to blackmail defense. And they only have themselves to blame for that. Then he attaches quotes from the call where Tom says, because you're threatening to blackmail me, and Sacramento replied, I'm not. Well, if you're not coming to see me, I will. There was also this allegation that went on Kiwi Farms that Sacramento addressed in a post that we looked at earlier, where she was saying, care to address DMing a minor? And this is the entire allegation. We'll just include this here as well. Andy posted it with the caption, another girl has hit the Kiwi Farms, reveals Tom requested to follow her private Instagram account when she was 15 and he was in his 20s and began chatting. Tom never asked what her age and requested to refollow when she was 18. Turkey Tom is a loser, creep, and pedo.
Exactly. Another girl hit the Kiwi Farms. That's why you just lurk there. You don't write there. That place isn't for us.
Then he attaches a screenshot that doesn't really show the full text messages, but this is the full text messages now retracted by Scoutara. But these are the full messages. It starts with Scoutara, the new girl in this allegation, saying, hi, Scoutara here. Katie let me know that I was mentioned in this thread. Sadly, I don't have much info on him other than the fact he followed me when I was a minor.
That might be a whole, I might have to do my Tectone research. I don't know, because I really don't know anything about him. I've just always kind of gotten like a grifter vibe off of him. I've never been really a big fan. Like, he makes good speeches, and that's about it. He's good for like a fucking reference for more Pegasus video. He's kind of a side character, that Tectone. But as far as the micro penis allegations goes, he like confessed to having it, so that makes him guilty. That's how that works.
15 specifically. I doubt he was aware, but I thought I'd mention it. I've only spoken to him a few times, mainly him replying to my story. And then Sacramento posts the DMs where she says, Scoutara gave me permission to post these because she is waiting mod approval. She said he followed her on her 15th birthday and they were DMing after her. She is 18 now. Tom would have been 20 at the time messaging a 15-year-old. And it starts back in Jan 2023 where Scoutara replies to Tom's Instagram story saying no. Tom says okay. Then he laughs a month later at another Instagram story. Tom then replies to another story a couple months later saying British gay guy, and she says should have assassinated him while I had the chance. Tom says so true, could have prevented so much suffering. Tom replies to a story saying fire a few months later. She says for real, great band. And then February 14th she replies to a story of his saying fucking insane, and he says yeah it is. And to my knowledge that is the full extent of the DMs. Andy Jack, whose post we just read, then attaches this DM from Scoutara by saying clarifying this post due to its traction and being asked to take it down by the op from Kiwi Farms. She is Katie's Left 4 Dead friend who thought that her statement would add to the legitimacy of Turkey Tom's accusations, which we now know aren't true. Full statement pictured. In a Scoutara DMing Andy saying, hiya, I was just wondering if you could take down the post about me. After watching Tom's video, I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm friends with Katie and she thought maybe I should mention something in the thread. He's been following me since I was 15 and didn't refollow me at 18. Perhaps I worded that incorrectly. Like I said in my original post, I don't think he was aware of my age. In conclusion, I don't think he meant any harm in following me. He was just unaware. Thank you, Scoutara. There was also this post that Scoutara made on Kiwi Farms after Tom's video came out, talking about Tom's video where she says, I feel sick after watching that, lol. I don't know what to believe anymore. I thought I was doing the right thing by coming out and saying something. Clearly not. GG, wish everyone here the best. Then on Twitter, Tom just tweets out this reaction image in response to the whole situation. Lord Vega replies, I'm convinced this whole thing was a psyop for your horsecock. Expo says, your content is still ass, but good job beating the allegation. allegations. Liberty Not Death says, I never doubted your innocence, Tommy boy. Char Did Nothing Wrong says, whole vid is Unk flexing he gets laid and has a hog. Nicholas Durio then tweets out, I can't help but think that if Turkey Tom was a hefty trans character with a deep voice, the commentary community would be licking their lips and catching the first train home to cover it. This tweet is about Sensitive Society, if anyone was wondering. And if he wants to call into my show to chat about this random bullshit I made up about him just now, no, I'd be happy to chat. Then Sensitive Society replies saying, I just woke up, what did I do? And Nick says, you're good, bro. Godchamp replies, Nick versus Chud, let's go. And Nick replies, you guys are just as worthless. Willius replies, what did Chud do actually wrong with his coverage? Do you honestly think he wouldn't have already covered the response if he wasn't on the trip? And Meta says, he absolutely shat on anyone even tangentially related to Tom for sweeping because they didn't hop on the very first second to smear Tom as much as possible. Nick 100% earned this victory lap on Chud. It's all Chud's fault. Shout out to our tier 3 members, internet representatives Kiko, Sal Soud, Coldest Bandito, Captain Crash Out, Papa Gut, and Dear Boy. Thank you guys so much for the support, and I'll see you all in the next episode.
How long has baby been gone?
We can't watch a baby go. We can't. This is shiny DC, you think? We can't watch a baby in a freezer. Can't do that. That's like disturbing. That's something I'll watch later. Here. This here is for Dan. This is another crime we gotta witness. This is the person that Jay Kaiser is an ancestor of. Yeah, you can go find that video. Gonna do the Magic Mush one after this one, though. This is important.
Here's my love, Lily. There she is. Hi there, Lily, my love. Hi, Lily. I love you, Lily.
Meet Timbox, a man so obsessed with cartoons that he once threatened to assault the director's wife, all because his favorite cartoon character died in a show. Tim's love for 2D characters gets weirder the more you look into it. He confessed to have wet dreams about Pebble and the Penguin, and even had a crush on the snake from Kung Fu Panda. It's important to mention that he's 21 years old, by the way. But what really made Tim's online presence creepy was his obsession with underage cartoon characters. Most notably, Lily from Dexter's Lab, who he wanted to marry and even made a whole movie about her. Whenever people called him out for being a PDF file or a degenerate, Tim would completely crash out, sending death threats or being straight up racist and homophobic. Today we're gonna have a look at the story of...
Thank you, proud ally. We're not gonna take the homophobia no fucking more. I'm not muted. I had nothing to say.
Timothy Robert Mackenzie, one of the most disturbing and delusional lolcows on the internet, better known as Timbox. Timothy was born on the May of 1991 in Baltimore and was diagnosed with Asperger's when he was just a little kid. Because of this, he would develop a very quiet personality and would spend a lot of time home watching TV. And that will later explain his insane obsession with characters from Cartoon Network shows like the Powerpuff Girls, Samurai Jack, or love of his life, Lily from Dexter's Lab, an underage 2D character who really stole Timothy's heart. This was his wifey, you know? And Timothy did in fact post some very disturbing things about her online. He also became kinda racist, but we'll talk about that a little later. Due to his autism and parents taking way too much care of him basically, he didn't really develop any social skills and he didn't make any friends in school, which only made matters worse. He wasn't able to talk at all until he was like 7 years old, and due to his condition, he was able to finish school only when he was 21. We don't really know much about his school life. The only info we have is from the man himself, from his own autobiography that he later deleted, sadly. We know that he really didn't like studying, instead he was actively trying to impress girls, and he only liked Asian girls. Probably because all his childhood he was watching Lily from Dexter's Lab 24/7. He tried to flirt.
Is this like a one-off character? Is this like Dee Dee's friend? I legitimately do not remember no fucking Lily.
by stalking them and showing them his knowledge about dinosaurs. He is also hyper-fixated on those as well.
Ready, you guys? 1, 2, and 1, and 2, and 1, 2, 3. Okay. Well, Susan, I've been watching Dexter's Laboratory and the Powerpuff Girls and Cartoon Network and everywhere for 10 years, and I've been hitting it with my family for 18. Know what I'm saying, Susan? I love Dexter's Laboratory and the Powerpuff Girls, alright?
21 years old Tim Box like dinosaurs, cartoons, and Asian girls. Might be a little weird, but we gotta understand that due to his autism, he really had a rough time growing up, so those obsessions are kinda understandable. I don't know why exactly that happened, but Tim Box thought he's a god or something. He thought if Albert Einstein or Nikola Tesla had autism and were super successful, then how come he cannot date Stacy that we saw in the video? So some awkward flirting soon transitioned to low-key sexual harassment, and that ended up in everyone avoiding Tim in school at all costs, which only made it harder for him to learn how to act around people. And his ego made him think that for whatever reason, he's a genius writer and a movie producer. Tim Box would be very interested in films, but nor teachers or his classmates really cared, and they didn't take him seriously. That made him really wanna become a movie producer, as he wanted to prove that even though he's autistic, he can achieve big things regardless. Which is a great message, of course. I would be really glad if that was the case for Tim. However, it really wasn't. He created
I was waiting. That'd be really great if that was the case, that autistic people could make a difference in this world. But actually, they can't. Like, I thought that was going to be the horrible twist to this fucking document. But it's like, it is weird to both have the victimhood. Well, maybe I'm just thinking about, well, the two I'm thinking about is Chris Chan and fucking Derek Savage. Where it's like, they've used their things as disabilities, as an, oh, look at me. But then they'll also turn around and be like, I can do anything. I can make my movie. I can make Sana-chan a thing. A freaking cool cat stops the world from a school shooting. Where there's just some about their confidence and their grind that I'm really jealous of.
what he described as a cinematic masterpiece. And this is the script for the movie he wrote. The movie is about everything he likes: dinosaurs, Dexter's Lab, Lily, and Asian girls. Tim Box was under impression that he wrote the next Interstellar, but it was a flop pretty much. In the movie, Dexter and Lily are on some weird Lord of the Rings quest. They have to go to Mordor or something. And on the way they fight Samurai Jack, Powerpuff Girls, and Avatar for whatever reason. They steal Lily from Dexter, and then Tim Box travels from Timboxia, yeah, that's the real thing apparently, to save Lily. And Dark Lord Mondark, who's the main villain, then becomes transgender. And at the end, to celebrate, I guess, Tim Box has intercourse with some Amy Jane. I tried to Google her, but I got no results, so I have no clue who this Amy Jane is. And this whole thing goes on for 8 hours. Now, to be able to make this movie, Tim Box needed someone to fund it. And he requested a humble sum of almost $1 billion to make his fantastic ideas come true. I wish someone did found this, because now I really want to know who this Amy Jane is. Just so you understand how absurd this sum is, Lord of the Rings trilogy costed 300 million USD to make, and Timothy over here is asking for almost 1 billion. We can find similarities here with Chris Chan. Both Tim Box and Chris have big ideas of making a project, but it's just a little bit delusional and nobody takes them seriously. However, Tim Box trusted the idea so much that he spammed movie directors almost daily, asking them to help him with the movie. He also spammed Dan Goldwasser and Hans Zimmer, who are both pretty insane movie music producers. Hans Zimmer, in my opinion, best producer ever. He did bangers such as Lion King, Gladiator, Dune, and Interstellar. and Timbox insisted on them working together, so they would bring Dexter's Odyssey to life. He also thought Dexter's Odyssey trilogy would likely even be better than Lord of the Rings. Dan then posted a letter he got from Timbox on his social media. And in this letter, we can see that Timothy doesn't even consider a possibility that his movie, Dexter's Odyssey, maybe isn't the greatest movie ever. Timothy truly believes he was giving Dan Goldwasser a chance of his life. But Dan wasn't the only one who blocked Timothy. Essentially, everyone who worked on Dexter's Lab did so, including Chris Battle, who stands behind all of the Timothy's favorite cartoons. Timbox basically spammed everyone, telling them that Dexter's Odyssey is something they have to work on. But the reason why everyone blocked Timothy wasn't just him being annoying and delusional. The real reason was Timbox's online behavior. Remember that character I talked about earlier, Lily? Well, Timothy liked Lily a little too much.
I love you. I love you, Lily.
How cute!
Lily is the love of Timbox's life. She was a character in Dexter's Lab who appeared in only few episodes. But despite that, Lily means world to Timothy. It's a girl of his dreams. Here we can see Timothy and Lily hanging out in a dinosaur museum. And yeah, he photoshopped it himself. Here Lily is having a heartburn. This is also Tim's work.
And the not only is the dead ass fucking frog cartoon fucking lecturing you on the fucking Lily, but it's all being fucking facilitated by a cartoon demon girl doing a pixel art of a cartoon demon girl while The Incredibles is on the screen. Can you believe that you found yourself here, chatter?
By the way. And here is Lily, well, yeah, I think you get it. Timothy sees Lily as a girl of
Bro, my thing was Kin from Digimon Season 2. He was my husbando.
the highest rank. She is pure, she is very feminine, and according to Timothy, she also has perfect body shape. Timothy even dreamed of having kids with her to create a perfect race, with a little girl from a cartoon. Timbox is attracted to little girls with Asian
Was it because she's a little girl or because she was Asian?
features, and maybe not just the pixelated ones, as we saw in the recording where he was spying on Susan. He repeatedly talked about his ideas of adopting, playing, and hugging girl cartoon characters. Tim even made a whole tier list of kids he would adopt. And you might think he's joking or something. Well, okay, what's this then? Yeah, this is his drawing where Lily is twerking or something, I guess. Besides that, Tim is also attracted to penguins and Snake from Kung Fu Panda, which he admitted online multiple times. Maybe Tim doesn't fully understand that being attracted to kids isn't really okay. From what I've read online, some people with autism may show signs of PDF behavior because they themselves haven't fully developed yet.
These are some words. These are some strong words getting thrown out there. How do we feel about
And so they may feel more like kids, and that could also explain why they might be attracted to kids. Now, I'm not a doctor nor a psychologist, so I might be wrong, but I think this should be taken into accountability. However, that doesn't make Timbox's behavior online okay. It maybe explains why he does it, but it doesn't give him a free pass to proudly talk about creating a perfect race with an underaged girl from a cartoon. After some time, pretty much everyone who is associated in the production of Dexter's Lab has blocked Timothy, including the illustrator of Timbox's favorite cartoons, Chris Battle, since he spammed everyone to work on Dexter's Odyssey with him. But the main reason was his online behavior. Timothy very passionately claims that filthy browner kids stole and destroyed his original ideas. And he also really liked to discuss topics of 9/11 and how it destroyed an American dream.
what? I want to see that.
Whatever that means, like I genuinely don't know what that means. Whatever Timbox does is with the end goal to promote Dexter's Odyssey, and for that everyone laughs at him and then he gets blocked or banned.
Yep, you are cancelled and banned.
The only place where he isn't banned yet is DeviantArt, Reddit, and Twitter, where he actually posts till this day. And I guess he realized that obsessing over a little Asian cartoon girl isn't really healthy. So now his new waifu is this mouse girl from American Tail. Dear DeviantArt, I have to deactivate my Twitter /
Okay, now that's just terrible choices. Somewhere in the world, there's a kid getting obsessed with this random-ass cartoon frog on the YouTube because their parents were too busy neglecting them and leaving them on their iPad. Well, you see, that's just why it's just sad. I know that those kids left on the iPad, you need to understand, are gonna, like, support the economy for our better world. Unfortunately, you just gotta try not to get mass shot by them. And hopefully the next generation will be better.
X account once again, and for the very umpteenth, I have no idea what it means, time. And why so? Because those hell-raising internet trolls kept on descending on my Twitter / X. Because those hell-raising internet trolls kept on descending on my Twitter / X account for the umpteenth time and attacked me over my obsession with an American Tail's feeble sister, Tanya Mauschkewitz, or the feeble Ghost West version of her, to be very specific. And don't you even dare call me the next Chris Chan from now on, for I am not. I am an innocent, creative soul trying to find my place in the world and not the internet. I have actually done nothing wrong to warrant such online attacks on me. Is there still any justice for autistic people anymore? If the trolls get ahead of me, I would be good in hell instead of heaven. What I'm going to do now? Just stay away from Twitter / X from now on? From Timbox129. Alright, and just 2 posts before this, he was talking about sexualizing of girls in cartoons, and not necessarily of age. And he ended that post by saying, yeah, that's just my opinion, of course, you know. As the only way to fight hate and trolls, Tim chose to play the victim card. You know, that works all the time, obviously. Just so...
Hey, speedrunners, do you know any good video games lately? Actually, I think what I should speedrun, quite honestly, you know what always makes me feel better? But it's like a game I'm so into that I can't play on stream, and that's Grocery Store Simulator. I won't pay attention to whatever we're watching or discussion, because I'll be, like, doing inventory things. And there's multiplayer on that game now, right? Don't you have Grocery Store Simulator, Tonto? You can start the buyers, and I'll start the Kroger.
All of you on the internet will probably know by now the online portrait of me, myself, and I as this unhappy, sad, lonely, struggling, troublemaking, socially awkward, and very predatory lolcow of a man on the autism spectrum is actually wrong. Nothing personal, internet, but I actually am a young man on the autism spectrum who actually loved life. Sure, I have had some ups and some downs and even some rough patches within or even outside of the internet or something, but I still do love a very good time. Happy emoji. And so, the online internet portrait of me, Timothy Robert Mackenzie, whom some of you online will know as Timbox, as this sad, lonely, unhappy, struggling, socially awkward, troublemaking, and even very predatory lolcow of man with autism is totally wrong. And end of line. Literally every second or third post, Timbox cries about how internet isn't treating him fair. It feels like he truly doesn't understand the concept of trolling. When he found out that he's being talked about on 4chan, he started threatening them for whatever reason, thinking he's gonna stop them. However, that only added fuel to the fire and they trolled him even more. They especially like to address his racist crash outs, where he would openly say that he hates black people, but you know, he just said the N-word, which is exactly how he would call all the trolls on the 4chan too, by the way. I guess he must be a PewDiePie fan.
What a fucking...
Kinda based. And just like Chris Chan, Timbox cannot deal with any form of criticism. For example, when he was told that Powerpuff Girls aren't as cool as he says, he sent death threats with zero hesitation. He often talked about destroying all the trolls, and even when people are genuinely trying to help him out, he still talks to them like they're subhumans or something. I think by looking at his screenshot, you can see exactly what I mean. And of course, as you...
I mean, no one said autism life is easy, you know? That's just how they be. It's because, could you imagine, it's a curse, you see. Could you imagine if autistic people actually got along together? Could you fucking imagine what a world it would be? It can't exist. It's Tower of Babel. They almost hate one another.
I guess, he got trolled even more because of the posts like this. Even people who genuinely support his creative ideas at first got some heat from Timbox as well. Man, you really gotta stop fantasizing over made-up characters like Lily. If you're going to continue this path, one day your imagination won't be enough, and at the end, you are going to do something that you will regret. Alright, that's a valid take. Let's see how Timbox reacts. Shut the f*** up and leave me alone, you dickhead, otherwise I will destroy you. After some time, Timbox would have his own page on Adramatica, which is a little Wikipedia for lolcows basically. Here you can read about his weird attraction to kids, perversion, and any of his internet activity basically. It was all there. Soon after his family found out about his site, they tried to take it down, but you know, what is once uploaded on the internet stays on there forever. And as time passed by, Timothy found new waifu, and this time she's of age. Thank God, Jesus Christ. This is her. It's Ashi from cartoon called Samurai Jack. In the cartoon, Jack and Ashi fall in love with each other, but Ashi betrays Jack as turns out she's the daughter of Jack's enemy, and Timothy felt to be betrayed as well. Ashi is then killed, and that broke Tim completely. Timothy cries about her death every single day. He goes to DeviantArt and begs people to sign his petition to bring Ashi back, and so creators of the cartoon would resurrect Ashi. But people either didn't care or they just laughed at him. Timothy said that he respects the scriptwriter's decision to kill Ashi, however, deep inside of his soul, he wants to track him down, grape his wife and his daughters, and after he will kill him for Ashi's death. A death of a cartoon character made Tim stalk and send death threats to everyone involved in production.
Wait, hold on. Let's stop what we're doing. And we'll go to fucking just talking here. We'll go to just fucking chatting, because Dan has news, everybody. What's the fucking news, Dan? I stopped the stream. What is the news? And I have Copilot up here to fucking fact check your ass if you tell any lies. What is the news? Dan, I'm waiting for the news. I have some news, by the way, and Tonto said, no, you don't. And then this nice speedrunner guy came. And yeah, we're talking about playing Grocery Store Simulator, and then we're still waiting for Dan to deliver the news. Look in chat. I'm looking. Did you say something bad that got erased and isn't in the regular YouTube chat? Do I have to fucking go out of my way while I'm doing a stream, Dan? Do I gotta go out of my way and pull up Discord? Is that what you're asking me to do? Oh no, I know it was 10 minutes ago, but he never delivered the fucking news, Tonto. What's the fucking news? I don't see the news. In Olive Garden, shut the fuck up. No, I don't see it. I don't see nothing about no fucking Olive Garden. Dan, I hope you're fucking proud of yourself. Dan, I hope you know that you're the fucking Olive Garden opinion. Fucking employee. Whatever. That's you. An Olive Garden employee stripped completely nude and dove headfirst into the deep fryer in front of his coworkers. Is that true, though? I'm looking it up. I'm gonna fucking look it up, because you're a lying user. Why did an Olive Garden... A human couldn't fit in a fucking deep fryer. Did an employee at Olive Garden go into the deep fryer? If it is big news, you are getting timed out. Oh, okay, wait. It is the New York Post, though. So everyone get ready. Olive Garden cook commits suicide by dunking head into deep fryer. An Olive Garden cook has died after he dunked his own head into a searing hot deep fryer as his coworkers frantically tried to thwart his gruesome suicide. Why am I laughing? Is it because I think I'm laughing because, like, that's a shitty way to go, but just the fact of, no, bro, I gotta kill myself in the deep fryer now. And it's like, you gotta go put the fries in the bag, they always say, but it stops being a joke when it makes people suicide. You got video suggestions? Throw them in the Discord. Thank God New York Post put the suicide number at the bottom of it. Okay, back to this important news about Lily. That was Dan survives another day.
Of the Samurai Jack cartoon. He even apologized to the
You Alex Jones motherfucker, that's how he gets away with it too. You're just right like twice a day.
voice actor of Ashi for masturbating to her character. His obsession with the cartoon was so strong and powerful that production team had to address the situation and release a statement, as they were so tired from getting numerous petitions, messages and whatnot. But that just made Timothy more angry. And at the end of the day, he declared a goddamn war to the director of the cartoon, Tartakovsky. He threatened his family, his friends, colleagues, well, yeah, all that just to look like a complete idiot. And all because of love to a character made from pixels. And I think the best way to end the story is to read how Timbox actually sees himself in the situation. Stop it, you assholes. I'm alright. I'm not an animal. I'm not a faggot. And I'm not even an acne-ridden pig idiot moron either. I'm just an autistic, intelligent and good young man. And so, I ask you kindly, would you please stop mocking me ever and stop calling me names that my family and I don't like. Ever, and like thousands expression marks. So somewhere in this video I asked you guys if you think it's okay to let some behavior slide when you're autistic. I think writing fan fictions about your favorite cartoon characters is fine to an extent. However, I feel
Okay, good, so we're getting the limits. Okay, fan fiction's okay if you're autistic. That's okay, we've all done that. It's okay if you're autistic and a woman. What isn't okay? Oh, that's the dinging you hear. You hear my laptop that I'm watching things. That's my fault. You weren't crazy, Tonto. It was me all along.
like threatening to grape someone's wife and kids, sending death threats and stalking people because your pixel waifu died in a show, you know, isn't really cool. It's not okay. Also, publicly stating that you would go down on some 12-year-old girl from a cartoon, you know, that's some insane PDF behavior. And you can argue that it's just a cartoon, it's harmless. I feel like if a person has these thoughts at all, it doesn't really matter if it's cartoon or not. It's very disturbing. And I think that barrier between cartoon and reality is not that big actually. It's rather pretty small. So I would put Tim on a watch list or something. Sure, we can laugh at Timbox, but I think a lot of stuff he posts online is very disturbing. Autism or not, I don't think this should be tolerated. Anyway, if you made it this far, thank you for watching this video, and I want to thank a lot to all of my Patreons. It's the reason why I'm
Well, unfortunately, we can't like this video because fucking our boy said it sucked. He said that frog is gonna start trouble. You guys know that Jeffrey Epstein isn't even dead? Did you guys know that when someone joins a Discord server, we made all these stickers and emotes and you guys don't use them? You sons of bitches. Anyway, I promised it. And it sounds like some people have already watched it. I haven't watched a Magic Mush video in a minute, actually. We're gonna watch a Magic Mush video because I have a lot of opinions on X-Play and G4 because I grew up on that shit. X-Play was the greatest video game reviewers of all time, you see. It was amazing. Life was great. I loved it. And then people said Adam Sessler is crazy and he's a lolcow. And then I just never looked into him ever again. Because I don't want that to be true. Wonder how Morgan's doing. I do that with the people I like. I just like ignore their existence. That's how I cancel them. I don't like any video game reviewers. Point blank simple. They're all fucking paid off. Like I said, there is no justice in video game journalism or whatever the people are fighting for.
The evolution of the video game industry is something to be admired. What was once seen as a thing that was just for kids and geeks blossomed into the most profitable venture in the entire entertainment industry. That doesn't mean much at the end of things. It's also the most monetized of the bunch. Most mobile games these days are some form of gacha that want every single penny in your pocket.
Is Magic Mush changing up the quality a bit? His mic sounds different. He sounds like better quality over here.
People can make their entire careers based on just playing video games, sometimes not even well. But the fact is, people take the gaming industry very seriously these days. It's hard to imagine a time when people didn't, but that was the case for a while. As the 90s continued to push the envelope for what was allowed in video games, then people started paying more attention to it. The PlayStation was marketed towards a more mature crowd. The games were cutting edge, and there were many games that pushed the envelope for what video games could be. This is when the barrier was finally broken. People saw the games that were coming out around the turn of the millennium. That and the then growing popularity of the internet, it was a 1-2 punch that made people look at video games in a new light. These were both industries people needed to keep an eye on, and even potentially find a way to get into these industries. In 1998, a cable channel was created by the name of ZDTV, which would later go on to be known as Tech TV. It was a niche channel, dedicated solely to covering the ever-growing internet and made to capitalize on the dot-com bubble at the time. This channel would have a handful of different shows showing off what new geeky technology was coming out, but they had one show in particular we're going to focus on today. The gaming website GameSpot had an idea for a TV show to pitch to Tech TV. Tech TV would greenlight it. This TV show would be known as GameSpot TV, which would then evolve and change over the years into what we would know as X-Play. X-Play stands as one of the pioneers of gaming journalism and reviewing, but one day it would all go up in smoke. And we're going to see why that is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to... But before we get into the major meat of things, this video is sponsored by ZocDoc. ZocDoc is back for round 3, baby! I don't know about you guys, but this is usually the season where a lot of colds and flus are going around. I actually recorded most of the lines of this video shortly after getting over being sick myself. Thankfully, it was just a quick doctor visit of worthy ones.
Don't worry,
I've noticed
Tonto.
whenever someone starts a huge trend, or changes the landscape of an industry, there's always technically someone who beats you to it. They just didn't take off like the other ones did. While James may have been the one to popularize online game reviews, did you know that there was an older game review show online called Classic Game Room? They were doing online game reviews in video format reviewing Dreamcast games all the way back in 1999. Imagine using dial-up internet and then spending several hours to download a few minute-long videos of these guys crapping on Nico the Dolphin.
What do you do when you get hungry? How do you knock out that big hunger? Well, I tell you, I eat the best, most nutritious mammal on the planet. No, not your Uncle Lester. I'm talking about dolphin.
If you want to go really far back, you can point at George Wood with Gaming in the Clinton years, where he was reviewing video games in the mid-90s on public access television, and probably need to be on some type of medication.
We have a challenge to IDOS. In Tomb Raider 3, create a storyline in which Lara gets breast cancer.
But we're not talking about him today, so...
Gaming in the Clinton years is pretty good, though.
We're gonna fast forward to 1998 and talk about GameSpot TV instead. It wasn't an internet show, it was on television, but it spawned from a website, so you can make several actually comments here. Not to mention, you had the ability to download the episodes through your modem. Yeah, doesn't this look great? The dial-up times were rough, people. Now, I tried going as far back as I could to find exactly where the seeds of evil were planted. I couldn't really find a first episode showing of GameSpot TV. The earliest episode I could find was October 1998, so that's as early as we're getting. Also, big shout out to all these archive channels who have made it their sole purpose in life to keep the spirit of this time in gaming history alive. So, what exactly did they do on GameSpot TV? Well, it was mainly a news show, showing the audience the new and hot video games coming out to keep your eye on. They sometimes had segments and interviews with people involving some of the games coming out, and the influence it was having on the gaming community at the time. This isn't really anything special at all, but back in 1998, if you were heavily involved in the gaming scene back then, this was probably a really nice novelty. Just being able to veer into a completely different era of gaming, like almost every single person they interview for the show is a complete geek, and they couldn't be happier.
I think persistence in characters is really important. Figuring out how to scale to larger and larger worlds is really important. It'd be really interesting with a huge number of servers around the internet to figure out how to have an economy that existed between the various servers. Those are some of the longer term research areas that Valve and some of the other action gaming companies are looking at.
And let's not forget they would also have reviews of some of the games that came out. The reviews mainly try to come off as informal or professional. It doesn't try to make quips about Buffalo shit or anything like that. It tells you the game's mechanics and gameplay, if they work or not, and judge the games based on that. Nothing more, nothing less. They get the job done, and let me tell you, you'll be pleading for these types of reviews to come back as we get further into the video. So the main thing you should take from all this is that GameSpot TV, and by extension, most of ZDTV at this point in time, was dedicated to a very small niche of people who were interested in the things they covered. It was for nerds, outcasts. The typical person had no real interest in this stuff at the time, minus financial incentive. GameSpot TV had a slew of hosts, most of whom originated from GameSpot, but then there was the main female host and the main male host. Don't worry about the female host, Lauren Fielder, right now.
That's not Morgan Webb. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? That guy over there. That guy over there. That used to be, because Peter Jennings died, you see. He was a really good news anchor who told the truth. He was the last Walter Cronkite in the sea of fucking fakes. But then Adam Sessler came into my life, and finally I had a new news anchor husbando. This might not have been the good one to choose.
Now, she won't be here long. The one you want to focus on right now is this guy. This is Adam Sessler. This man, being the living embodiment of the late 90s and early 2000s with those frosted tips, get used to seeing him, because you're going to be seeing a lot of him in this video.
That was my husbando, Magic Mush. Don't you come in with this attitude.
Right now, the show isn't the one everyone remembers just yet. It's gotta evolve. In 2001, the name dropped the GameSpot moniker and updated to Extended Play, where not really much has changed. They still do their interviews, their news reports, and their reviews. They cover the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox console launches. The show is still more so about being informative and for the niche audience that was watching it, but that was all about to change. The last episode of Extended Play ended with a several-minute-long segment dedicated to LARPers doing their thing in the snow, and they are taking it super seriously.
We're gonna do this by the numbers.
Oh, dude, this is where they started the thing that's happening in Minnesota right now. It's here, the original, and then it took a little year off where they did it. It was Nostalgia Critic was in charge of it, and it was called Kickassia, but it all started here.
Everyone, the fighters are gonna be up front. We want casters backpacking the fighters. Who has life spells here? Raise your hand.
Onwards to victory!
Seems the battle has begun. The end of the day, and like all good warriors, it's time to go home. I've seen some orcs, I've seen some knights, I've seen some stuff I'm not going to forget anytime soon.
And that was the end of GameSpot TV/Extended Play. But in 2003, ZDTV, which was now Tech TV, decided it was time to give the show a revamp. They gave it a nighttime slot and completely changed the format of the show. They wanted something a bit more adult to pull in more audience members. This would be the final transformation.
I was just talking about Code Monkeys the other day. I was trying to remember, since I'm doing this sprite art thing, I'm like, I could technically make Code Monkeys. Just make all this stuff and then do voice acting in the thing. And I kept trying to think, what was it made of? And I was like, that wasn't really an awful show. For what it was and the time period and the game references, it was pretty good.
Into the show that we know as X-Play. On April 28, 2003, the world was introduced to the new and improved X-Play. The show was given a higher budget, a bigger set, and an actual cast and crew to help improve its quality. Even Sessler himself says in the very first episode, everything has been given a significant upgrade.
We are here in an actual studio. This is like a real TV show with a full production crew. That means...
Is that really worth bragging about? And you know what's unfortunate with Adam Sessler? Is that, like, Christopher Titus was a popular comedian, this is true. That's for real. Like, we know. And he just tried to steal his whole look. And he isn't Chris Titus. And then fucking Guy Fieri came out and stole Adam Sessler's look and pulled it off way better. And it's just a horrible situation.
We're coming up in the world.
But on top of that, the show also had a brand new style of writing, had a lot more quips and jokes thrown in, and a lot more pop culture references to get the audience's attention, instead of just giving info to you in a factual manner.
Can you play harder?
Ooh, it's like she's coming on to me. Whatever, Tao Feng. Sounds kind of like Chow Fun, which reminds me of Wang Chung. And makes me want a Qing Dao. Enough word association. Back to the fighting. While the game has a high betting count, it's not like DOA 3's nice-looking girls who made bad life choices. Here, they look like they stepped off a Grace Jones album cover and were denied entry to a club.
I'm gonna eat you alive.
Of course, you pop a couple of Qing Daos, and everything can look better.
This is the X-Play you probably remember growing up with. Along with Sessler coming back to host the show, the audience was now introduced to his new co-host, Morgan Webb. A very conventionally attractive woman that also plays video games. Sorry. A lot of guys that grew up with this show will flat out tell you they watched it just for Morgan Webb because they thought she was hot, creating their first ever parasocial relationships before moving on to VTubers. Morgan for many years would be accused of not even being an actual gamer, because she was a woman. But there's a ton of evidence that points to the contrary. In fact, as you'll soon see, Morgan is perhaps the...
She was the real gamer. She was the one who played Kingdom Hearts and Golden Sun. She was actually into the nerd shit. She wasn't one of those Call of Duty SS sniper wolves. How dare all you fuckers back in the day who... Yeah, this girl, if they fucking wanted a fake gamer girl, you'd think they would have gotten, like, Olivia Munn or fucking something, right? Like, they didn't have Olivia Munn on Attack of the Show. Why would they go with fucking Morgan Webb? No, this is the girl who plays video games in fucking high school. I don't know why everybody thought this was a conspiracy. But, fun fact, I remember for some school project, I, like, showed a clip from G4 for some reason, and there was this girl in class that just had to look at Morgan Webb and went, "That bitch is fugly!" And I'm thinking, well, fuck, if Morgan Webb is ugly, then what does that make, like, the rest of us? We should all commit suicide, I thought. But I think just that woman saw a girl that played video games and was trying to kill the myth in front of school in real time. Misinformation campaign in real time.
More generous of the two, and actually reviewed some games honestly and fairly, for the most part. Right now, all you need to know is, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb are the two hosts, and they're going to be giving you all the gaming news and reviews you could need in the early 2000s. For a lot of people back then, they relied solely on these two for their gaming news, so just keep that in mind as we go forward. A lot more attitude was added to basically everything. There's always a sort of edginess and bite with some of the quips they were tossing out.
Here's Dion Wei in Dynasty Warriors 3. And here he is in number 4. Looks almost like the same game. If you bought this title on the PS2 6 months ago, you probably won't be impressed. But if you're a novice, or if you simply love to fight the good, mindless, violent fight, Dynasty Warriors 4 is still second to none.
That is one major thing I have to give X-Play credit for. Despite being an integral part of gaming journalism back in the day, if they thought your game sucked, they weren't going to hold back. They didn't really seem to take handouts from publishers. They would rip your game apart and dance on its grave if they didn't like it.
Here's the thing. If the game's crappy, we're not going to lie and say it's good because you wrote us an angry email.
And we'll be telling you the truth about the sequel, too, whether you like it or not.
The structure of the show would usually have a few reviews, maybe a preview or two, and at some point you would get a sketch comedy skit.
Name is what again?
The Human Target.
The Human Target. And why is it you came up with that name?
I have been fragged more than anybody in the history of the internet.
Now, I've mentioned my distaste for review shows having unnecessary skits in them in the past. I can't really fault them because they had to fill up 21 minutes somehow.
Oh, is that where Nostalgia Critic and Angry Video Game Nerd and everybody wanted to do the fucking... Yeah, integrity in video game journalism. I'm so glad we did a whole Gamergate for like that just to get skipped and never fucking happened. It's probably X-Play and Attack of the Show where this shit came from, and now it's just infected YouTube for all ever.
And well, this is what you would usually get.
Well, I'm not gonna let some stupid game prevent me from a decent, picing human discourse. Meet Slippy. He's my new buddy that I took around my hometown. Slippy and me became fast friends. He loved the view.
X-Play had a lot of reoccurring skits and segments, something to really give the show that kind of flair. You had stuff like Spoiler Theater, where they would talk about the endings of games that had come out in the past and discuss them, or Cessler's Soapbox, where Cessler would get on his high horse, or actually stay on his high horse, and talk about the inner workings of the gaming industry and what was going on at that time. They had segments where they would read emails and posts they would get from the X-Play message boards. They had several top 5 countdowns for multiple topics. They had a segment where they would talk about weird games. They had a section called Games for Cheap Bastards, probably one of the most poorly aged segments in the entire show because a lot of the games shown off here now cost... Thing about these segments is that some of them, I noticed, are sort of a precursor to what types of trends would start hitting the internet wave by wave. Remember that time online when top 10s took the internet by storm? WatchMojo milked the shit out of that trend. And with Cessler's Soapbox, well, that's just every video essay now, isn't it? If anyone remembers the old school screw attack, before they got sent away to the death battle mines for all eternity, watching some of their older stuff, they were most definitely taking cues from X-Play. I hate to say it, but it's true. In a lot of ways, X-Play was ahead of the curve. They were doing things years before they took off online, and it's no wonder after the show's transformation into this, it exploded in popularity. This new format really took off with audiences. It gave the show new life, and it was easily the most popular show Tech TV had at the time. And if you're wondering, yes, of course I grew up with X-Play. I saw a fair share of it in my youth. I had to have discovered it in, I believe, 2005 when I was just 7. The review that stuck in my mind forever was when they were showing off the Legend of Zelda Minish Cap and Cesar the mushrooms in the game as if it were a different type of mushroom.
Can we show this?
And my dumbass 7-year-old self thought it was actually in the game. The one I definitely remember, and probably a lot of you do too, is the console drop test, where they would drop the 6th-gen consoles from high places to see which ones would survive the impact. If you were...
It was the GameCube. The GameCube was the winner. It could not be destroyed. It could not be ruined. I loved Attack of the Show. I'm still mad we never got Olivia Munn fucking Wonder Woman, quite frankly.
A young teen or adult in the 2000s, you were basically all set with this show. The show had a personality, and that's why people loved it at the time.
Well, I feel like, because I'll hear some Zoomers talk about, like, college humor in Dorkly and websites like that. I feel like this was ours. The G4.
Perhaps a bit too much of a personality, though. The evolution of GameSpot TV into X-Play is sort of like seeing your young child grow up. And now X-Play at this point was a prepubescent 12-year-old, and he's about to become a teenager. A very rowdy, foul-mouthed, combative, and rebellious teenager. Yeah, it was nice revisiting something from my youth. It is very nostalgic seeing most of this. But as I continue to watch more and more episodes, the further along the show got, that's when things started to crack. Putting the nostalgia aside, I quickly noticed this show had problems, and it had a lot of them.
We're not gonna like this video, are we? And I say that because... Whoa. It sounds like he didn't enjoy his youth coming back.
Banana!
The following footage contains adult content, KOTOR spoilers, and some stuff that is totally gay.
I'm gonna go ahead and address the elephant in the room. This is a show from the early 2000s, and a lot of the humor in this show would absolutely not fly today.
there's a gay in my game.
The 2000s was the Edge era.
Hey, I played that song today. Honestly, I'm just being honest. Because there's, like, hairstyles that are never coming back, right? Like, all those perms and shit from the 80s and early 90s, that's dumb. But, like, men can revisit the frosted white tips. They always can. What are you... Yeah, Tonto, what's Magic Mush implying here?
It was an era of rebellion, especially in the world of video games, where there was increased scrutiny towards that industry, as a lot of people believed video games were corrupting their youth, and as a middle finger to those groups, a lot of younger people, and shows marketing.
You know what's crazy? Guys, I like video games. I love playing video games, always, when it's cool, but I do think violence in video games have made people a bit insane, and that's why we got all these school shootings. Hot take, because I think people kind of do get desensitized, but then that's why they always, like, shoot themselves at the end, because it's like, oh shit, this isn't a video game. Like, I feel like it does have, like, some kind of play in the violence and culture, but there's always gonna be violence, too. I don't know. I just feel like this was the controversy back then, and we just kind of were like, no, we like video games, so that can't be true.
Towards the younger people said whatever the hell they wanted. It was a different time. So yeah, gay jokes, they're here.
Move along, there's nothing Freudian to see here.
Look at that. I got your tail.
Nothing at all.
Piccolo, do it.
Racist jokes, this show's got them.
Morgan-san. X-Play. Review X-Play.
In the earlier seasons, it wasn't so bad. Maybe you'd get a crude remark.
I don't know, I thought that was pretty funny. That did look like a lot of Japanese show ads, because there were Japanese game shows on X-Play.
Granted, a celebrity reference here and there, but as the show went on, they got more and more prominent. One aspect of this I absolutely cannot ignore is X-Play's
Thank you, Tonto! That is what Japanese game shows are like, though! I've seen commercials for them! That's mush! What's your problem here? Why is it racist to do it paint by numbers exactly what it looks like? Attack of the Show literally was a parody of, like they would do, like, the Japanese game show parodies on there all the time.
Comments about one country in particular, the land of the rising sun. Since a lot of video games have come from Japan, X-Play plays a lot of them and had some choice words on the country. And let me tell you, they do not hold back.
Well, we're not exactly sure how, but can you really blame us? Because who knows anything about Japanese history? There were some samurai, they periodically themselves, a rat learned judo, and they invented a religion that sanctifies small trees and fat guys wrestling. Then we nuked them. That's what they turned into a real country.
We all know who will replace us. India, that billion-strong...
Based? Based?
And this is why no one knows who Morgan Webb was, because you don't deserve to.
On faux vegetarian tech support call-taking behemoth of a nation. Or the Chinese. But certainly not Japan, because while they may be technologically advanced and financially powerful, they're already in decline.
You search up people talking about X-Play on social media today, and you will see people posting these clips all the time.
Magic Mush! What did Morgan Webb say that was wrong? Okay, because that is what most Americans know about Japanese history. So she isn't wrong there. She's dissing on America there. That's who she's hating on. And then, like, the rest is kind of true. What?
Showing you how racist and xenophobic the show is, but I'm not gonna act like I haven't seen worse. Here's the thing, though. I'm not a Twitter reactionary. You didn't come here to see an opinion you can see any average Joe post online about. And I think there's a lot more to it than just calling it racist. All these comments about Japan is performative. It's
Okay, thank you for hyping us up for no fucking reason. Yes, because Ninja Warrior was on there. They had Japanese game shows on the channel, so it's not bad for them to, like, parody and have fun with them.
for the camera. It's trying to entertain their teenage and young adult audience. It doesn't stop how offensive it is, but they just didn't care. There's no point in pointing out how offensive it is, because they already know that. Their constant picking on and mocking Japan is a pretty constant throughout the show. If you're going to be offensive on purpose, I expect some consistency. But like, sometimes their comments towards Japan don't even make any sense.
Damn it! You guys totally wrecked my shop, and I haven't even named it yet.
Why would you name a shop? Somebody's got to tell the Japanese we don't name shops.
What? We don't name shops? Adam, what the fuck are you talking about? This came out of nowhere too, because they ended up really liking Devil May Cry 3. They gave it a 4 out of 5, and yeah, Devil May Cry 3 is a fantastic game. You should go pick a copy up at your local Stop and Mart. I'm not the type of guy who's going to write something off just because it's made to be offensive. But most of the time, the joke isn't even anything unique or creative. Aren't Japanese interests really weird, and don't they have funny accents?
Welcome to Shantung Baby Shack!
And some of these skits, well, I don't know a better way to put this. It's like Nostalgia Critic skits before the Nostalgia Critic existed.
I'm afraid you can't escape the studio that easily. I've trapped you in a dream world from which you can never escape. I am Mr. Mixius Pitlick. Some people say Mixoplex, but they're wrong! Who? I'm a supervillain. Don't you recognize me?
What an ego.
I fight Superman all the time. I'm famous.
I'm right here, Blair.
What's your dog's name?
Princess Buttersprinkles. How's Wolfie? I can hear him really barking.
Wolfie's fine. Where are you?
Blair Butler is dead. I have to go.
Wait! Who's gonna help us assassinate the leaders of the free world? Ooh, I can't wait to stick it to Angela Merkel.
That bitch is no Thatcher.
Seriously.
I know now why you review, but it's something I can never do.
Oh.
Wait, what about the X-Play monkey?
We have a monkey?
It's one thing to make a bunch of edgy jokes at an entire country's expense. It's another thing entirely when this sort of attitude starts to seep into your review process. Another thing that's been said about X-Play is that they had a ginormous bias against Japanese games, or more specifically, anime-based games and RPGs, and this isn't a new sentiment either. Even back in the day, people were writing in and posting on the X-Play boards about how much it was obvious Adam in particular couldn't stand JRPGs, which the show would bring up quite a bit.
Who the hell is...
Well, this still hasn't changed Magic much. I don't know what's up with G4, but last I checked on it, they were just playing Scott the Woz videos. Like, Scott the Woz also hates JRPGs. This person's never changed. There's always this reviewer.
Actually, we kind of, we cloned you, we made a replacement version of you just in case something happens. He's younger than you. He's more charming than you, definitely. And yeah, he's Adam 2.0.
He's wearing my shirt. He's got my shoes.
Welcome to X-Play. I hate RPGs.
Look, that's how I do a stream. I don't know who Angela Merkel is. Who is that? I don't know fucking.
I give it a 3 out of 5.
I'm not one to just go off of public perception and cherry-pick clips, and after seeing enough episodes of X-Play and slogging through well over 100 reviews, I can say with 100% certainty, X-Play absolutely had a bias against Japanese games. I cannot tell you how many reviews of RPGs I saw where they were called the game weird or boring and then give it a pity 3 out of 5. Hell, in some reviews, you can tell they really don't want to review these in the first place, but feel as if they have to, as it's their job.
Brave Story New Traveler. It's an RPG. It's an RPG for your PSP. And that's just about all you need to know about it. But since I'm legally obligated to give this game a full review, here goes.
If it's something mainstream like Kingdom Hearts or something action-oriented, they usually get.
Well, that was our actual fucking integrity in video game journalism. There was Morgan and Adam were the ones playing and reviewing the video games. They should have brought someone else on to do the JRPGs to give an honest review of those, but fuck us, I guess.
A higher score than that, but don't ever expect them to nominate something with a Japanese anime or RPG influence for Game of the Year. Yeah, I know turn-based RPGs aren't for everyone, but as the series went on, it feels as if they grew spiteful towards RPGs, and anyone who played them. Their review of Baten Kaido's Origins is probably one of the worst reviews I've ever seen. I mean, just look at this garbage.
One of the few RPG refugees that made it to the GameCube's purple shores was Baten Kaido's Eternal Wings in the Lost Ocean. Lucky for all 27 of you people who bought it, there's now a prequel, Baten Kaido's
Origins. I'll write the story. Let me guess. There's probably a young hero with some sort of memory problem who's fighting a vastly overwhelming Evo fascio magical empire. It's too soon to...
Is Adam Sessler saying anything wrong? This is basically me playing Fate Grand Order.
The bow you're wearing really takes the edge off the evil mastermind thing. Cliché burden boy of action who will save us all is named Soggy.
This is kind of overdue, but I'm Soggy.
Rhymes with Saki. Saki! Which I could use a lot of right now.
Soggy.
Saki! Does it count as sexual harassment if her wings were asking for?
What do you mean you're a German-American immigrant? Didn't you, like, be racist against me for being German and blood-obsessed or something? What the fuck you mean, Tonto? Oh, hello, welcome to X-Play, Scoop.
You can chain the cards together to add maximum damage, but like any card-oriented game, you're at the mercy of Lady Luck. That bitch. There are new tweaks to the card system, but the changes don't go deep enough to really make a difference.
Soggy!
Soggy! Will you shut up about Soggy?
Soggy!
Soggy! Soggy! Soggy! Baten Kaido's origin is an RPG.
No, I'm American, because I'm a decent person. What the fuck, Tonto? I'm kidding. Don't listen to me.
For the GameCube. That about says it all. A 3. Saki! 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 Out of 5.
3 out of 5? You did all that. You barely even reviewed the fucking game, and you're giving it a 3 out of 5? The thing is, they weren't like this when they were still GameSpot TV and Extended Play. They treated JRPGs like any other game, and would give them praise if they were actually good. If there's one group that X-Play did despise with a burning passion, that would be the nerds. And it doesn't matter your race, gender, or sexual orientation.
I liked it. I guess I'm the normie. Guys, I hate to say it, and I'll admit it. I am the casual gamer. I like casual video games. I like cute, fun, simple things. I like the Animal Crossing. That's cool. The rest of you gamers are kind of toxic, and you get really mad about things. I'm gonna be honest. I get mad at Nintendo for, like, existing and making awful decisions. That's about it. Like, the rest of you are ready to kill people for opinion bashing. And I think X-Play was a wonderful channel, wonderful host, and they did their best. That's my review.
You can be a nerd regardless of your background.
Hi, I'm Andre, and I'm a black nerd, and I'm angry!
These were the people who were usually enjoying the RPGs and Japanese media that X-Play constantly shat on, and were also the ones browsing the X-Play boards and calling them out for their biases. X-Play made it their mission to let these nerds know they didn't care what they thought, and that they were losers.
Last review of the show, and what a doozy it is. See, we get a lot of hate mail.
It used to mostly come from the Dragon Ball Z fans.
Then it came from the Inuyasha fans.
And now most...
I wasn't part of that. I didn't do that. Adam, I didn't do that to you. It wasn't me. That was the game FAQ people.
Most of it comes from the Full Metal Alchemist fans.
They hate us because we didn't like the first Full Metal Alchemist game, and we said one of the characters...
Yo, Mike, if you had a choice, though, between The Sims or Animal Crossing is the bigger waste of time, which one are you going with? This is a legit question I need an answer to. Which one's the worst waste of time? Animal Crossing versus The Sims. Because you could argue everything you can do in The Sims you could do in real life. Animal Crossing, you can't move to a fun island and be a mayor. Yes, I own it. It's, Feudal Combat. And then there's a PS1 battle game as well, and the sprite work in it is actually beautiful.
Look like a robot in a loincloth.
You have to buy your own mat with the game, but once you've got it, the fun never stops. Until the guy who's been playing Final Fantasy for like 7 years, then he gets up off his couch, and then he starts to dance, and then he has a heart attack, and then he dies. RPG fans are a special breed. They're hardcore gamers who think nothing of sinking 40 hours into a video game.
And that's why the RPGs made for them still sell, even if they have confusing titles or dated graphics. It's all about the journey.
Yes, parents will never understand your irresistible urge to sit around a table in your basement with pewter figurines or your constant use of the word halfling. RPG Maker 3 is the latest installment in the only franchise devoted to making the dream.
Yo, get this, guys. I don't know. I must have said this. I must have said this on the RPG Maker stream. RPG Maker on the PS2 was my first RPG Maker, and it is horrible. It is horrible because you got to type on your PS2 controller. I guess I could have plugged in my keyboard into the USB. I didn't know you could do that. I never knew you could plug keyboards into video game consoles. But oh god, it was hell.
Games of lonely, Cheeto-stained boys come to life.
You are joining us on a very...
I'm an RPG Maker fan, and I don't think it's wrong if, well, one, Morgan kind of was an RPG fan, though. But, like, they did play and review the video games. You would not find this in, like, fucking Direct Toast and shit like that. This shit was real.
special occasion, our celebration of all things Final Fantasy.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I thought we hated Final Fantasy.
No, we hate Final Fantasy. Fanboys. It's a totally different thing.
Okay, so it's still okay for me to hate guys who dress up as Riku.
Yeah, it's actually a job requirement. Did you read the employee handbook?
I can't read.
Since the very start of the X-Play rebranding, they were finding ways to crap on fans of anime, or fans of Final Fantasy, or RPG.
Ooh, for my next art, the thing, even though it probably won't be done in time, is frozen yogurt is the thing today on DeviantArt, and I'm a subscriber of the Core Pro plan now. So I feel like I gotta participate in DeviantArt things, and it'll be another tracing, but I kind of want to do Saber. I haven't done a Fate Stay Night one in a while. But even though I be doing the tracing, I try to think a trade-off is I stick with a certain color palette, and then I'll do my own thing. I don't know, I feel a bad person for doing tracing, even though that's how drawing works.
Speaking of which, I have to bring up the X-Play review of Crisis Core. Like I said, if X-Play...
I'm with you though, Tonto. I haven't seen a Magic Mush video in a while, but I do feel like fucking Adam and Morgan in this time period are doing the best they can to make a show for a niche channel. Like, this is more of a risk than the Avengers having a video game channel with this type of thing. And they were protecting themselves from the haters, as you were saying. Are they not allowed to do that?
They didn't like your game, they did not hold back, and that goes for Crisis Core. They were, not very kind to it.
If a game features good-looking guys and incredibly stupid dialogue, you know it came from Japan.
Hello to you, too!
Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII is a prequel that stars a minor character from the original PlayStation game.
Yeah, was Magic Mush one of the users? Because he said he grew up on X-Play, so obviously... I bet he's a Final Fantasy fan. Dude, nobody liked Crisis Core, though. This was a problem. I remember this drama, because Crisis Core came out, and then you had the one with the Dirge of Cerberus. Those came out. Final Fantasy VII fans were actually pissed to get more games, because their thing was, why will they not remake 7? Why will they not re-release 7 in a better way to play it? Why are we getting this garbage, people said. It was very upsetting. There were people that liked Crisis Core, but there were people that were so upset at Crisis Core for existing, they weren't allowed to enjoy it.
Who now gets his own rich, detailed story. And? The only problem is, it's a terrible story. Sadly, that dialogue is poorly written and awkwardly delivered. Maybe the script makes perfect sense to the Japanese, but to our ears, it reeks of cliche. Also, if you are a nostalgia junkie, this is the game for you.
It's over.
But for those who aren't already steeped in the rich tradition of the series, the dull combat system and crappy dialogue is as disposable as a purple turtleneck.
Why?
Man, Shinra really needs to redesign those outfits. Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII gets a 2.
Thanks.
Out of 5.
That was a pretty bad score. That's a pretty bad score, though. Just saying.
This review got them a ton of backlash at the time, so much so that for an April Fool's joke the later year, they went back and dubbed over the review to give it a 6 out of 5 instead.
Final Fantasy.
Well, Magic Mush, I would ask you, what's the difference between this incident on G4 and that time that Nostalgia Critic did a Let's Play and he had to apologize for it? What's really the difference?
7 is a prequel that stars a
exciting
character from the original PlayStation game, who now gets his own rich, detailed story. The only problem is...
the story is too good.
Thanks. That dialogue is
awesomely
written and
awesomely
delivered. Maybe the script makes perfect sense to the Japanese, but to our ears, it reeks of
award-winning material.
But for those who aren't already steeped in the rich tradition of the series, the
exciting
combat system and
glorious
dialogue is as
indispensable
as a purple turtleneck. Man, Shinra really needs to
sell
those outfits.
At the Gap.
Crisis score, Final Fantasy VII gets it
6.
Thanks. Out of 5.
As the years went on, it really feels like the people at X-Play started doing most of the reviews out of spite instead of actually giving the games a fair chance. Look, I know fanboys can be annoying. I know that. But don't forget that the last episode of Extended Play was Adam Sessler out and about interviewing LARPers, and he didn't seem to have a problem with it. But oh no, in X-Play, he has to interview Final Fantasy cosplayers, and he acts like he's about to die.
Yes, we have cosplaying Final Fantasy fans.
Oh, the horror.
Oh, but we have other stuff too.
They just insert fun joke about cosplayers here. You don't actually have him cringing and wanting to shoot up heroin in front of a Final Fantasy fan. Magic Mush, calm down.
And no, I don't really think it's because they're racist and hate the Japanese. That's too easy. It's not like they're consistent with that shtick either, as once in a while they'll break character and give a Japanese RPG a really high score.
Few games have held on to their roots while expanding their world like Dragon Quest. At the end of the night, you'll want to save the last dance for this game. That's why we're giving Dragon Quest VIII for the PS2 5 kisses out of 5. Thanks for the memories.
Another review I saw when I was young was Okami, and this was actually my first exposure to the game. And let me tell you, Okami is in my top 5 favorite games. It's amazing. And it's also one of the most Japanese games in existence. It's based in historic Japan with huge themes relating to Japanese mythology. Not to mention, the art style is cel-shaded and based on old Japanese style art. This is as Japanese as you can get. And well, with all the...
Yeah, they probably were on the forum, but I think Magic Mush is being a bit autistic with his displeasure at fucking X-Play's humor, quite honestly.
Comments X-Play's made about Japan, they must have hated it.
What's that, Okami? Morgan fell down a well? In the well, she discovered a race of subterranean people who have forced her to be their queen? And you want a 5 out of 5? Oh, you always know the right thing to say. Okami gets a 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5. The most Japanese game you can possibly play, and...
Have you ever considered... I kind of understand why Okami can get a 5 out of 5, but a Final Fantasy game can't. And let me explain the fucking ways as a video game player here myself, okay? This game is a piece of art, you see, much like Silent Hill 2. I can do the same arguments the Silent Hill games are all Japanese games. The fucking Resident Evil games are all Japanese games. Those are a vibe. Those are an aesthetic. They're pieces of art at the end of the day. You're playing a movie and an experience. Now, JRPGs, brace yourselves for Japanese storytelling. You know what that means, everybody? Tropes, waifus, and existential bullshit. The same 5, not even 5, like 3. Gotta kill everybody in the world to save the world. It was all a time loop. Ill to begin with. Or it all took place in a video game. One of those 3. That's all you get. So I can understand, as a JRPG player myself, I can understand why people are not JRPG people. But like I said, there's a difference between a beautiful piece of art to look at and the trope shit.
They gave it a perfect score. I mean, it deserves it, but... So I'm not gonna chuck all these shots at Japan and weeaboos as just because they hate Japan. I think this is actually about the shifting tides that was going on in the gaming industry. Like I mentioned at the start of the video, the late 90s and early 2000s was the period when gaming was going from a niche geeky hobby for kids and nerds and was now slowly becoming the juggernaut it is today. Games were getting more advanced and could now break the boundaries for what the medium could be, and people were taking notice. In 2001 alone, you had stuff like Halo Combat Evolved, Grand Theft Auto 3, showing the world what video games were capable of, and very quickly, more and more people were filling into the hobby. Video games were cool now. It just wasn't for geeks anymore. But because video games were becoming mainstream, that means a lot of people were only coming in for those games that were catching people's eyes. They had no real interest in the more niche ones. You could now play video games without being labeled as a geek. However, now you had to play only the socially acceptable games. The games that made you look like a cool adult. It was so the people playing them could have a hobby while also keeping their social status, and they didn't want anything to tarnish that. So what happens when you gravitate towards something that wasn't inside that box? More like something that was made in Japan and made for people who enjoyed Japanese culture. Well, that's gay! Why?
What? Who's being gay? No, I don't multi-stream. I should, though. I hate Twitch, though, in its existence.
Why would you want to play that? Why would anyone want to play that? Video games were now appealing to a much, much wider audience of people who really cared about what people thought of them, and so they usually stuck to mainstream AAA games. And this was now the audience X-Play was appealing to, the type that only really cared for the mainstream stuff. They were profiting off of the sudden boom in gaming that was going on, the stuff that made gaming look cool and awesome. And well, anime games and RPGs usually had influence from different anime and manga, which was cartoonish by nature, and well, cartoons are for children, and therefore if you liked them, you were childish and or gay. Just finding ways to crap on anime games and anime fans any chance they get is so strange considering who their original audience was. Like, you can look back on Tech TV bumpers and see them advertising anime marathons right before an episode of X-Play. Hell, right at the end of an episode of Extended Play, you can see right there, at the bottom of the fucking screen, open your eyes and enter an amazing world of classic Japanese anime. Stay tuned for Anime Unleashed. Tech TV was appealing to that audience. The network was airing anime for those anime nerds and was talking about geeky tech stuff. And now X-Play was calling them huge losers because that's what their new audience saw them as.
A recent study shows that some fanboys are scarier than others.
Like, though, here's the thing. Magic Mush. I don't know how, like I said, I think he's autistic a bit on this video. I'm gonna be honest here. Because here's the thing. We all watched this as kids. Teenagers. Like, I'm sure I was also mad about the fanboys bothering by husbando Adam Sessler at the time, right? Those memories are buried because we were fucking children. Like, I don't care what fanboys felt like what in the community. I still played the video games because their reviews, it was still integrity reviews. It was still good video game reviews. Like, the video games they said were good were the ones I would buy. The people they were hating on or making fun of that week really didn't affect my X-Play viewership. Did you all feel like impacted and felt made fun of and bullied by one Adam Sessler? Morgan Webb especially didn't do this stuff to you.
That's true. We have alienated the Final Fantasy fans, and we've alienated the Pokemon fans. But why not dig ourselves in deeper by alienating the Dragon Ball Z fans?
Because they frighten us, and they write hate mail, and they criticize the way I pronounce Super Saiyan.
Five emails right there.
X-Play tossed out their catering to nerds and started appealing to a new audience. The newest breed of gamer, the Dude Bro. The guy who wishes to not have his masculinity.
Oh my god. Okay, we can lobby this at creators, but here's the thing. X-Play is a cable TV channel that had advertisers and cost money to put on. And that's why talking heads or TV personalities are what they are. Talking heads and TV personalities, because sometimes they need to switch it up because you need your audience. You need to make the advertisers happy. That is, unfortunately, the business world. So, yes, you can lobby this complaint at, like, iDubbbz from going to edgy for not edgy anymore, but I don't know if we can really, if this is fair to yell at our little video game channel that could. And this is also, like, where the video gamers were going, you know?
Shattered by being perceived as childish, so they mock what doesn't appeal to them, and so X-Play started doing the same. They like guns, and they like boobies, so they started showing all that off in the show. When you sexualize fictional women, it's cringe.
Oh, and your requisite assortment of sexy cat women and lizard people. Seriously, what's up with the feline fetish? It's like an entire island nation of message board perverts.
When I sexualize fictional women, it's cool.
We all know that sometimes ladies in games are generously proportioned.
Yeah, they have big boobs.
very oversized twin Zeppelins flying in the sky boobs. Here's a closer look at that. As if you needed one. They're huge.
Yes, they are.
It shows you the faith they have in their audience when they think they don't want to read.
You have to go to the very first novel from feudal Japan, The Tale of Genji.
But if you aren't in the mood to read a 1,000-page novel, consider playing the game based on it.
If you want more evidence, that's how things were perceived back in the day.
Not gonna lie though, I'm feeling happy. I'm just feeling nostalgic just for hearing the old fucking B-roll music back there. Like that part I remember for some reason, and you know, Attack of the Show used it as well.
Hey, we're gonna switch the channel for a minute.
Yeah, for real. Like, I believe Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb were the ones playing the fucking video games because, you know, that's what they got hired for. What were they gonna do? Hire other people to play video games? Maybe an intern copywriter to play the ones they truly don't want? But yes, teleprompters. Whatever jokes people want to make. The Code Monkey people are probably the ones from the writer's room, honestly. Then it was like they just get their own show.
In 2003, there was the first ever Spike TV Game Awards. Yes, this is the exact same Game Awards Jeff Keighley has been hosting every year, but it was much different back in 2003. Gaming was now popular enough that it could now have its own Oscars, and for this very first one, they went all out. We got celebrities and rappers galore, sneak peeks at upcoming games for the bros, with them showing off the main character's polygonal ass. But we're gonna ignore all of that, and we're gonna focus on what we came here for. What game wins Game of the Year?
It's just like, you know, it's just like seeing veterans fight with each other, honestly, out here being the gamer girl, the casual gamer girl. Hi? Do some of you really think you're above the Call of Duty players? Like, it's all video game on the controller, or am I being a real woman here with this? I just think it's kind of... Then the bros showed up with their Mountain Dew and Doritos.
2003. 2003 was a pretty good year for video games. We had stuff like...
and then, is there anything wrong with the people who play Grand Theft Auto? That's like everybody. This is some hipster shit.
Wind Waker and Knights of the Old Republic, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, Tony Hawk's Underground. These are all fantastic games, and any one of them could have won Game of the Year at this award show. But who was the one to take home the trophy? Well, the answer is none of them. 10 games were nominated for Game of the Year at this show, and you want to know what game ends up winning?
The winner for the Game of the Year, Madden 2004.
That one had Avenged Sevenfold and some really good songs on the soundtrack, though. All things considered, and they probably went off video game sales, because technically wouldn't the video game that sell the most be the winner? And let's be real. Some could actually argue as well. Now, I'm not a sports person, but this is benefit of the doubt, because I remember Madden 2004, quite frankly, a lot. This PlayStation 2 era Madden was actually, from what I hear, was the superior Madden era. Like, this is when it is the end-all be-all of sports games. So, like, I actually don't think this is a terrible choice, even though I'm not a sports person. But that's just from what I've seen in real life and people I know who played it. And like I said, banger fucking soundtrack. It got me into so many songs. Just hearing people play it all fucking day.
EA Sports.
Madden 2004. A football game, according to the Spike TV Game Awards, was the best game to come out in 2003. Knights of the Old Republic and Wind Waker ain't got shit on some John Madden football. How did this game win? Well, it's simple. It's what the gaming industry perceived as socially acceptable. It was a popularity contest more than anything, so they picked the safest option possible. Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe anyone who voted Madden 2004 as Game of the Year does not deserve human rights.
Bro, this is kind of... I'm being serious. Like, I know if you look at it from today's lens, Madden, what the fuck ever, this does seem ridiculous, but from the lens of 2003, I actually think Madden deserves it. Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic and Wind Waker, but I mean, do you all really like Wind Waker that fucking much? Do you all really? Because I never see anyone talk about it for everyone fucking loving it so goddamn much. And then, you know, fucking Star Wars.
I mean, at least give credit to X-Play. They at least gave it a Knights of the Old Republic that year. And if you think I'm just saying all this because I was one of those weebs they were picking on and hasn't gotten
Guitar Hero was a huge fucking deal. That's all.
over it. Hey, listen, I was too young to know what any of this shit was. In the early 2000s, I was watching fucking Hamtaro and playing Bing Bing Wahoo on my Game Boy Advance. Little Ham...
Like I said, like, I feel like this is just, you're just looking at the times, like, the PlayStation 2 is the biggest thing on the planet. People who are not gamers are getting into video games because they bought the cheaper DVD player. Because at least this way, the DVD player was already expensive. This is how you gotta view the PS2. So by getting the PS2, you're getting a game console and a DVD player. That is why it took off so high. You are getting new people into video games. You got more people with a PS2 than a fucking Nintendo. So Zelda Wind Waker's out of here. PC gaming with the Knights of the Old Republic, shut the fuck up. It's PS2. What's on the PS2 that everybody likes? Madden NFL. Like I said, it makes sense. I don't think we need to take human rights away from the people who voted, because like I said, there's a new whole era of PS2 gamers. The dude bros, as you're calling them. In 2003. This is really unfair, actually.
There's big adventure. I didn't know anime was specifically animation from Japan. I didn't even know what RPG meant. I thought RPGs were the guns that went boom. I wouldn't get into them until much, much later. But when there's a bias, there's a bias. And it really sucks too, because I'm not gonna lie. There are some actual entertaining reviews and skits on this show. Like when they're reviewing a game that's actually bad, it's really funny.
Red Eye. Red Eye. Not the chair, Red Eye. Come on, bark like a dog.
Little dog? Arf, arf. Or big dog? Woof, woof.
That's probably the stuff most people remember. I'm not gonna sit here and act like the entire show is just dated garbage with no substance. There is some stuff to it.
You see, I can watch Magic Mush's other videos and laugh about it, because I'm not that attached, but leave X-Play alone, quite honestly, with this unfair... Like I said, talk shit about Madden winning Game of the Year on fucking G4, or Spike TV, whatever. But don't leave out the context that it's 2003. That's very important. This is a bad opinion video.
Enjoy here. But let me put it like this. As a television show meant to entertain the audience, it passes with flying colors. As an actual professional gaming outlet you listen to see what new games that are coming out that you should get, it's pitiful. And it's not just in regards to just appealing to the Dude Bro audience, because even with that, they still faltered. In 2007, X-Play was live streaming the Microsoft E3 conference. This is how a lot of people actually caught this live stream, as the internet hadn't been fully adopted in 2007. But needless to say, X-Play absolutely blew it. Throughout several times in the live stream, they had to cut to commercial break, cutting out huge chunks of the conference. And while the stream was showing off Halo 3, by far the most anticipated game of the event, they...
Once again, Magic Mush, it's a fucking cable channel. This is not fucking Nintendo Direct YouTube channel. There are different rules here at play. They cannot appease you, the user. They actually cannot. I don't think anybody goes to network cable TV other than Game of Thrones fans expecting to actually be happy.
Cut to commercial break.
6 and 27, these mild-mannered reporters will don their spandex and face an army of celebrities.
If you want any more proof that X-Play's actual reviews had no weight whatsoever, they gave Devil May Cry 2 a 4 out of 5. Well, Extended Play did, but it was still Sessler and the writers at the end of the day. According to the people over there, Devil May Cry 2 is on the same level as...
Is this what it is, Vandy Light? Are we here to fucking avenge Devil May Cry fucking reviews? It looks like a gay vampire game. Fuck it. It deserves all the hate it gets. That's what it wanted to be. That's what it wants to look like. It wants people like me to hate it, and the base ones to play it. So I think that's fine.
Devil May Cry 3 and Kingdom Hearts 2. At least they gave God Hand an actual worthwhile score. But that would also mean Devil May Cry 2 is on the same level as God Hand. I rest my case. Now imagine this going on for the next several years, leaving the 2000s behind and going into the 2010s, where things started to fall apart. Now, I avoided mentioning anything regarding the networks X-Play was hosted on because I wanted to focus on the show itself first. The average person is not going to know what's going on behind the scenes at a company. Well, yes, X-Play was an extremely popular show when it started airing. Behind the scenes, things weren't looking so hot. Like I said at the start of the video, ZDTV was made to take advantage of the whole .com.
I remember watching a Persona 4 review on X-Play, actually. I was watching it. I was definitely watching in 2008 and 2009.
Bubble that was expanding in the late 90s, but as many would know, that bubble would soon burst. And then, well, the channel started struggling. That 2003 rebranding of X-Play wasn't for fun. That was an attempt to grab new viewers as Tech TV desperately needed it. But meanwhile, in a different place, a new channel was arising.
TV. TV.
In 2002, a new cable channel by the name of G4 was created, and this channel was created solely to cash in on the expanding gaming industry. It was a channel made for gamers. The entire lineup was content dedicated purely to the gaming industry. Cheat codes, gaming news and reviews, you name it. It was a smart idea. However, G4 in the early 2000s struggled. It was struggling to get any advertisers on board. In order for your channel to survive, you needed advertisers and money, and G4 didn't have either. They needed something big to help them.
Wow, Magic Mush, it's almost like that's why they would go for the demographics they went for or something.
In 2003, the
Man, that sucks. We never got the news. Well, no, he was right about the Olive Garden thing, though, so we can't bully Dan.
CEO of Now Tech TV had finally had enough of their mediocre numbers and decided to put the channel up for sale. G4 saw this and saw what they had to offer and quickly swooped in to snatch the sale, and the deal was made final in early 2004. The two channels merged to become G4 Tech TV until the assimilation was completed a few months later, and so it just became G4 again. Now that the two channels had become one, it was now survival of the fittest. Only the most popular of Tech TV's shows were allowed to stay on G4. If you didn't meet the channel's new expectations, the show was getting the axe and you were fired. Of course, X-Play was their most popular, so it got to stay, but everything else wasn't so lucky. Anything that was considered nerdy or geeky was immediately put on the chopping block.
Attack of the Show, though? You mean nerdy and geeky X-Play? I'm just so confused by what our standards of judging G4 is. Yeah, everything I saw was always on G4.
Anything relating to anime or all those anime marathons were axed, in America at least. They kept them around for Canada from what I read. Screensavers was another one of Tech TV's most popular shows, and it was transformed into Attack of the Show. It became a lot more about pop culture and current trends to appeal to a wider demographic, and a ton of people who worked on Screensavers were let go. And one of those people was a man named Dan Heward, who would later go online and write a huge blog post about what was going on behind the scenes at G4. Dan noted on his blog that G4 wanted to start shifting their topics from geeky stuff to just gamer and pop culture stuff. This shift caused massive problems with Dan's job, which was mostly screening live phone calls for the show from actual people.
Bill, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Leo.
Bill, you're a brave man. When Roger and Carmine showed up at your door, how did you feel about that?
A little scary with Scott coming along, but Roger was great.
You knew you were in trouble when Scott Harriet shows up at the door.
Now those phone calls were meant to be pre-recorded and more so for comedy than actually helpful. But don't forget, the average viewer of ZDTV and Tech TV were nerdy, shy, social outcasts. They didn't know how to be funny.
Our first call of the day, it's Christopher in Sewanee, Georgia. Hi, Christopher.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
What can I do for you today?
Well, my question is, what's the difference between CDR and CDRW, and should I get one?
Oh, I love that question because I have a kind of contrarian view on it all. I don't agree with the mainstream on this one, so I'm glad you asked.
He lost all passion for his job because it wasn't genuine anymore, and he eventually lost his job over this. The most damning part of this entire blog post is this quote by him right here. Management didn't want geeks asking questions on our show anymore. Screensavers and Tech TV was built on the foundation of those nerds keeping their network and show afloat, and once they found a new audience to pander to, they threw them away. They had served their purpose.
You have just given me...
Once again, this is a cool bread tube, oh my god, this corporation was evil and screwed these people over argument. But in the real world where things make sense argument, that wasn't gonna fly on G4. G4 was going to the fucking Ninja Warrior Japanese game show skin thing, you know? Like, this thing wasn't like, okay, this guy's not doing this job where people talk tech issues anymore. What a shame. That's just how it goes. Yes, that's business. This is like the guy that Caleb Hammer fired because he was upset that Caleb Hammer wasn't more the fucking Ramsey dude. And like he got mad that he got fired for not being allowed to change his show.
My $1 million! Now get out!
What?
Get out!
X-Play is pretty much the only show that remained untouched when G4 came along. In fact, X-Play basically got the red carpet treatment since it was one of their most popular shows. They started building them a new set and everything. In fact, the first 3 episodes of X-Play when G4 took over had to be filmed in Adam Seltzer's apartment because the sets weren't finished. And well, really, all they did after G4 took over was just double down on the stuff we already went over. X-Play, along with Attack of the Show, which is its own can of worms, went on to become G4's most popular shows, but things were about to get even worse for the channel as a whole. In late 2005, the then president of G4 stepped down and was replaced by a brand new guy named Neil Tiles. Neil had previously been a part of mostly sports networks, and when he took over G4, he decided that he didn't want it to be a gamer channel anymore. He wanted G4 to be a channel for man! A channel for the testosterone-fueled, sweaty, and muscular dude-bro men. G4 started picking up a ton of shows, like Ninja Warrior.
Okay, so to clarify, it seems like Magic Mush is arguing the good old days before we even came in, I guess, on G4. Who the fuck disliked Ninja Warrior? And I'm not even into sports. I just like Ninja Warrior because, one, they get one shot a year. You fucking out, you out. I wish football, basketball, and baseball would be that way. You get one shot and then you're fucking done. Like, that's, football only gets good at the fucking playoffs, am I wrong? Like, Ninja Warrior, I enjoyed that a lot. It wasn't until, like, people started throwing up and puking, until that was a show that really, I was kind of over G4. I liked a lot of the stuff on here. It was a special little moment of time, but he's saying this is the decay. You're right, I'm the one who's getting mad. I'm just the user because I'm protecting my thing. Don't take away my lens-coated glasses, but I don't think these complaints are that good of complaints.
The man show, and the bane of many viewers of G4, Cops. We'll get into why that is in a bit. If this wasn't a major red flag, well, let me spell it out for you. G4 was now a network that was in decline. They were doing anything to keep themselves afloat. X-Play themselves would still remain probably their most popular show.
Okay, did they show Cops? But then ask yourself, why does MSNBC show Lockup every weekend? Because they have the IP and it's something to put on.
But it also went through a number of changes and alterations due to what was probably a change of the show's budget, as they were also struggling with competing with the soon-to-be monolithic internet. The strangest change of the show was this set, which has been unofficially called the Spear Set, where it seems they glued glass balls to the floor. Why would you do that? What if someone trips on one and breaks something? In 2008, the show got a gigantic overhaul, a brand new set and format, and would stick like this for the next few years. And this overhaul would actually try and go back to its original GameSpot TV and Extended Play roots, where it's attempting to be a lot more informative than just crack jokes about the games they're playing. The edgy writing and skits were toned down a lot in this overhaul. It's still there in some format, but it's not anywhere near where it was. So it's like they sort of fused the original shows and explained to this new style.
You should kill me! Who the is that?
Hey, you cancel that right now. You're hurt. You're hurt real bad, but you are not dying, King.
Another thing I liked about this era of X-Play and Attack of the Show, you know, because we didn't have the great social media networks to really spread videos and stuff on, people were still emailing shit. Like, these channels, Tosh.0 basically ripped off Attack of the Show's thing. And then Ridiculousness came out, but they would tell you, like, what videos, what YouTube channels and things to check out. So I really appreciate it. I like this era.
But the reason for this change was more than likely a result of budget cuts and having less writers to work with and a smaller studio space overall. There's really not much to comment on after this overhaul. It's legit just like all the other game review outlets that were out at the time, and that's to its benefit and its detriment. It's beneficial because now the show isn't hostile towards any of their viewers anymore, for the most part. But this also works against them now because there is absolutely nothing stand out about them anymore. All this gaming news and reviews, well, why would you go to XPlay for that now, when there's dozens of sources that can do that? Maybe if you didn't go online very much and this...
Well, I argue, at least when you get advertised to on the TV, you can walk the fuck away and go get a soda or make a sandwich or something. You know, it's break time. But if I go to the IGN website, fuck my life, because there's going to be like some kind of Call of Duty ad thrown into my eyeballs. And gee, I can't imagine why Call of Duty got a 10 out of 10 on IGN.
This is still all you had, but by 2008, that percentage of people was rapidly declining. And speaking of declining, by 2010, G4 was on the ropes. Their attempts to make G4 the man channel had completely fallen apart. They attempted to make a couple of new shows here and there to attract viewers, but they all failed. And X-Play and Attack of the Show were probably the only two shows keeping the channel afloat. But those went south too because, well, I'll tell you why that went south. I had discovered X-Play around late 2005-ish, and of course seeing video games played and reviewed on live TV was jaw-dropping to me, and I caught any episodes I could until about late 2007, early 2008-ish. You see, for us at least, G4 was on a very specific cable package. Nobody else really had that package except us. And then the 2008 recession hit us, and because of that, we had to cut back on a lot of our things, including TV. We were no longer going to be able to subscribe to our...
Ah, but this is... Okay, that's the problem, Mush. You missed the good era. This is when I came in. This is where they threw the GameCube on the ground, and it didn't explode, because it is the most powerful console. Dude, yeah, I was just talking about Code Monkeys. We need to take a relook at Code Monkeys. I actually think this is important work. Because I don't... It was about as funnier as a vintage angry video game nerd or nostalgia critic video, when all things considered. So actually, it's like really ahead of its time, all things considered.
TV providers because it was too much. Luckily, however, there was a shining beacon of hope. Because my mother was a school teacher, and because she was a school teacher, she got special benefits others didn't. That would be including unlimited data for internet access so she could do school.
Cool, I fell off of Pokemon and started watching Digimon because I didn't have WB anymore. Is this really necessary to your storytelling?
Work online. After we lost TV, me and my siblings all very quickly shifted over to using exclusively the internet for our entertainment, and because not many other people really had this benefit around the time, we were sort of ahead of the curve when it came to adopting online usage. Hooray for being poor! And this is, of course, where I became engrossed in online activity and seeing all the entertainment the internet had to offer. I was set for life. You still am. Well, by, I want to say late 2010, early 2011, we had finally gotten out of the hole we were in, and we got our TV subscription back. Out of sheer curiosity, I wondered what G4 and X-Play was up to, and I went to the channel only to see it completely different. Then I checked the TV guide, and to my absolute shock, the entire line...
For every episode of Code Monkeys you watch, you gotta watch an episode of Kappa Mikey, though. That's how that works.
Up for the next several hours was nothing but fucking reruns of Cops. Cops, as far as the eye can see. I checked the next few days and did not see a single airing of X-Play anywhere. Just Cops, cheaters, and shows I didn't want to watch. I never even got to see the overhauled X-Play because they never aired it. So after that, I just stopped caring about G4 and X-Play and went back to my days of browsing online content. People have called X-Play the MTV of video games. But just like MTV, it eventually stopped being about what the channel was made for, just to appeal to a wider audience, and it just wasn't working for them. Going into the 2010s, G4 started Raw.
Let's go, though. I bet you the rest of this video is gonna be... I don't know, this might just be X-Play, because, like, Adam Sessler is a user. Like, he is insane, and he's always doing cocaine or something. I don't know, there's a whole thing with him. Bro, I had internet in 1997. That's why I'm like everyone here's late to the game. Y'all know about Lemon Party?
Away behind the scenes. More shows were being canceled, more firings, and more cops to rerun.
Vandy, are you there? You got fucking connects to Magic Mush. Ask him to cite that source, indeed. And this is the era I was watching X-Play, was 2008. Because that's when I was in high school. So, like, and Cheaters definitely was there. Because, you know, my fam would actually watch G4 because of fucking Cheaters. Cheaters was all fake, by the way. That show sucks. I actually think Cops is fake. I think you way better. But it sounds like your skill issue, bro.
And soon, the firings would eventually reach X-Play. In early 2012, Adam starts to look miserable on X-Play. Like he really doesn't want to be there, but he has to keep a happy face and personality for the camera, but he knew the writing was on the wall. In late April of 2012, they would wrap up another episode of X-Play, but as they're giving their goodbyes and to look forward to the next one, something very strange happens in the final second of the episode.
That is it for this episode of X-Play Weekly.
Be sure to catch new episodes of X-Play weeknights at 6:30 on G4.
We are going to have all the latest reviews, previews, live hands-on demos,
And the occasional shout-out to Harold Pinter.
Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Did you catch it? Look at that. Adam's head suddenly jolts to look at something off camera, with a look of despair on his face. According to Sessler himself, what he was looking at was, apparently someone higher up on the corporate ladder had walked into the room and was motioning him to come here, as they would hand-deliver him the message his services were no longer needed.
That's pretty fucked, though. Like, why does it have to happen during their little show? Like, but that is how that is how these little fucking things be. Bro, this set though does look better than most fucking streamer sets for their dumb things, and it's probably easier to set up too.
He was then escorted by security to get his shit and get out. They would continue the show without him, mostly Morgan being the last bastion of the old show. Sessler wouldn't have to worry too much about being left out, as only a couple of months later, the show itself, and all of G4 in fact, wouldn't last much longer. G4 was in talks with the company behind Esquire magazine to sell the channel and become the Esquire network, with a completely different audience to cater to, and that meant a completely different lineup of shows. So in order to make sure the deal went smoothly, G4 decided to clean the slate, and canceled Attack of the Show and X-Play, as the two shows went on and had their series finales. The finale of X-Play would be a reflection on the past decade they had been around, with all the remaining cast members giving their condolences and goodbyes, with Morgan thanking you all for watching all these years.
Thank you guys so much for watching X-Play.
Wait, though, did Adam not get invited? That's kind of fucking rude. Like, your 10-year celebration, he is the show.
But in a shocking twist of irony, the deal for G4 to become the Esquire network had completely fell through. They killed off their most popular shows for nothing. After this, G4 would continue to air nothing but more reruns of programming they picked up, and reruns of X-Play and Attack of the Show, as more and more cable channels started removing G4 from their TV packages, dying a very slow death, until on December 31st, 2014, as a way to bookend everything, they aired the first episode of X-Play as their final program. X-Play, Tech TV, and G4 was no more.
I'm at Comic-Con!
And then it came back. Like, I'm pretty sure G4 is on right now.
So after X-Play was killed off, everyone just sort of moved on with their lives. No doubt probably going to get other jobs in the entertainment industry. But one must ask, what happened to Adam Sessler? The guy was basically the face of the show, and they just sort of kicked him to the curb. Well, if you're wondering, we're not done talking about Sessler just yet. After getting fired from G4, Sessler would sort of pitch around trying to get a job elsewhere, and eventually he ended up getting hired by a different network called Revision 3 Games, where he would continue his gaming journalism work. Adam had a huge hand in Revision 3 Games, having his own video series, and even getting back to reviewing some games too, in the Sessler style of course.
Personally, I would have preferred an emo Dante. He would have been quieter.
I'm taking you off the air. But the one I gotta point out is his review of BioShock Infinite. BioShock Infinite, for those who don't know, was a game that was universally loved when it first came out, but over the years, people have started to sour on it. Its reception is a lot more divisive these days. But since this review was when the game first came out, Cestro thinks it was God's gift to mankind. He even brought out the dictionary for this one.
This moment, in its odd quietude and musical anachronism, is one of numerous tableaus in BioShock Infinite that catapult this exhilarating...
Okay, so motherfucking Adam Sessler can't fuck a win out here, can he? He's too hard on a game. What a piece of fucking shit, making fun of his fanboys and audience. Oh, this user just acts like BioShock Infinite is just a gift from Jesus, does he?
Meditation. BioShock Infinite is filled with these details at every moment, manifesting a verisimilitude that...
Anyone's got to connect to Adam Sessler, I'll talk to him. We can make it work. I'll play video games with him.
That is at once mysterious and exacting. To not stop and linger at these details, along with the audio logs, is to miss one of the greatest pleasures in video games. While the backdrops themselves are as stunning as everything else in the game, verticality, landscape variety, and Elizabeth's hair powers provide deeply gratifying inventiveness to the proceedings that control smoothly and precisely.
Adam sort of became the face of Revision 3. I mean, he was sort of the only guy there with any notoriety. But also when you watch some of his interviews, particularly the ones at E3, you can tell there was now an added component to his demeanor.
Everyone, E3, Rev 3 Games, Vivid Touch booth. This game we're about to see next really is one of the most unique offerings.
Yo, what? When did Adam Sessler become fucking mentally handicapped Triple H?
Out here on the floor. I interviewed on the first Forza. So now you can look at something and go like, oh, Adam is that bad. I finally realized it. Let me, do you explain away how the spirit world exists and like why? That was kind of, like the entire planet was pretty much sort of wiped off the face of the earth. How do you sort of build that into... is there any sense of regret?
The Insane Clown Posse shared their views on the staff of X-Play.
Mostly they're all crackheads and drunks and stuff.
I mean, they weren't wrong. Revision 3 wouldn't last very long. Only
When is fucking ICP wrong about anything?
Until about 2014, until it was shut down. The YouTube account has been updated for 11 years, and that was another chapter in Sessler's story down the tubes. After this, he would just sort of piddle around. He would pop up here and there. He and Morgan would reunite for 1 year in 2015 to cover Bethesda's E3 2015 conference.
And those details were, of course, really oriented at the fans who have played previous games and to be able to pick out little references and little things that were in the previous games.
But after this, nothing of note would happen for several years. As the 2010s were going along, there was a disturbance in the force. A disturbance involving gaming journalism, a giant dancing peanut, and things were never the same. Due to its age now reaching over a decade, people started feeling nostalgic for X-Play. And while it had many problems, it also represented a simpler time when gaming journalism didn't take itself so seriously. There definitely was an appeal to X-Play, but who it was appealing to and whether it was worth it in the end is up for debate. A lot of people missed X-Play and wished it would return in some shape or form. But, as they say, be careful what you wish for. Some people in positions of power at Comcast saw the growing nostalgia for X-Play and G4 and came up with a brilliant idea. On July 24th, 2020, this video suddenly dropped online. G4 was coming back, baby. A few months later, a ton of people from G4 would come back for a very special G4 holiday reunion. This would of course include people from Attack of the Show and Cheat, but most importantly, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb would come back for the first time in years. The event is mostly reflecting back on all those years at G4 and X-Play, and what exactly was going on in the minds of the hosts during those times. It's mostly just a clip show. Until the last couple of minutes of the show, they shoot a brand new skit with them trying to escape the reunion, as a throwback to the old days as well. And at the very end, they once again reveal the entire network revival. And this got people hyped. Now this revival of G4 wasn't some smaller scale thing. Oh no. Not only did they start making content on YouTube and Twitch, they went the full 9 yards with this revival and brought the whole damn channel back. They were bringing back X-Play Attack of the Show, Ninja Warrior was coming back, Kid Boga was supposed to get an animated series, they even got Scott the Woz to start making content for the channel. Well, really, all it was they took his YouTube videos and repackaged them for the channel, but it shows you how serious they were about this reboot. But, of course, we're going to mainly focus on the X-Play reboot because the most interesting stuff happened on that side of things. Sessler would be returning for the new X-Play, but strangely enough, Morgan Webb would not be coming back for the reboot, as she chose to opt out. And well, after that, Morgan just kinda dropped off the face of the earth. All traces of her online presence sort of petered off after this reunion. I hope you all enjoyed her presence, because we won't be seeing her again. We don't have Morgan anymore, but we do have some new hosts to bounce off of Adam. It was sort of like a rotating cast of hosts, but the four you only really should focus on are Adam Sessler, the Black Hokage, Charity Fraud, and a lady who goes by the online alias Frostgrin. She was a professional League of Legends player. Let that be a dark omen of things to come. So this time, the show's format is more so a live show than anything. It's mostly just them sitting around talking about games, or gaming news live on stream. Time to time, they'll hold sketches and skits with a variety of characters in it, sometimes even allowing viewers to vote on certain outcomes. So I can definitely say this is probably the best adaptation to modern times they could have possibly done.
It's me, Sonic the Hedgehog. Meet.
But the issue with this reboot is it has the exact same problem they had when they gave the original show an overhaul back in 2008, but even more extreme. It wasn't the early 2000s anymore. The competition has gotten far more fierce in regards to video game content online. X-Play was really the only TV show on cable talking about video games, but now this was on.
I think The Completionist been like canceled twice now, which is I was watching a Gamer from Mars video on the Pro Jared drama, because that's still, you know, shocking drama that happened for kind of like Turkey Tom. He won the allegations. It was like, he kept seeing The Completionist. It was like, my god, everyone from Normal Boots had drama.
Line, and so it's lost in a sea of other people playing and talking about video games. So once again, if I'm watching this on, let's say, Twitch, why would I pick X-Play over the hundreds of thousands of other options? I can realistically only pick one streamer to watch over the others at that point in time, so why should it be X-Play? The only thing really making this show stand out was the brand name, and the few big names that got to be on the show. And well, viewership-wise, I can't really say if this was a success or not. What was left of their YouTube channel, you can see they usually hovered around the 5-digit range, which is fine. But for a big corporation that probably spent millions to revive the network, I don't imagine they were too pleased about these numbers. There was just nothing really to make X-Play stand out now. They had simply adapted to modern times, but that also means without any of the crude edginess of the old show, which is what a lot of people remember from it. And, well, without it, is it really X-Play? I mean, no, I wasn't a fan of them constantly crapping on fans of franchises, and them saying we should have dropped more bombs in Japan. That was crude, and it was overly edgy. This reboot is a...
Talking about bombing Japan is edgy. I'm sorry, Magic Mush. You say you were around this era. Someone's parents didn't let them watch South Park, I see. Like, you're my age. What do you mean X-Play was edgy?
Soulless corporate husk. And you could say that type of humor should stay in the 2000s. Well then, shouldn't the show itself stay there then? The rowdy, foul-mouthed teenager of X-Play has finally grown up into that 30-year-old guy, stuck in his 9-to-5 corporate office job, stuck in a cycle. He's inoffensive, he's not hurting anyone now, but you don't talk to him because he doesn't have anything interesting to say. I had no idea there was even an X-Play reboot going on, and I live on the internet. It felt like the only thing that could really give them exposure was a huge controversy. And well, that's exactly what happened. On January 11th, 2022, while they were supposed to have a segment to talk about Red Dead Online, they were having some technical difficulties, and while this was happening, Frost saw the perfect opportunity to talk about something that had been on her mind.
But I actually want to talk about something so much more important than Red Dead Online. Sexism in gaming. In joining G4, I was ecstatic to be part of something that I grew up watching as a child. But every time G4 is brought up in various channels, even in this YouTube channel, we have the chat in front of us, I can see you, without a doubt, there will be backlash because I'm not as bangable as the previous hosts. It's somehow...
Talk to him!
Okay, this is pretty great, though.
Frost! Women...
We're just missing fucking Boogie 2988 being in the corner, being like, oh no, I can't fence set this one.
Do not exist to be nice on the eyes for you. Morgan Webb, Olivia Munn did not exist to be nice on the eyes for you.
That's why they got hired, though, I hate to say it. That's why they got remembered. Hate to say it. It just was an addition that they were good at video games and talking about these things. It's a talent, you see. So they were good at their talent. They were hardworking women. This is true. But they were good looking. You can't just write that away.
We have done the experiment and controlled for the variables. Adam will read a script written by the same writer that I will read the other half of the script for, but I'll be the one flamed. And yeah, it also happens to Gerard and TBH, but that doesn't discount the sexism of how it happens to me when it does. So maybe for 2022, we be a bit nicer, a bit more self-reflective, and we enjoy the fact that people are working hard to make free content for you. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Peace.
So yeah, this kind of came out of nowhere. Just this rant out of the blue, completely unprompted. And after this, it would cause a PR shitstorm for G4, as it was now all over the gaming news. A ton of people were either coming out in support or against Frost's outburst. It's pretty much the only thing people know about regarding this reboot, this one rant. But then you realize they had segments on boobs all the time on X-Play, and they had Oliver Munn doing stuff like seductively licking a PS3 on live television for its launch.
All right, and now, Miss Munn, it's time for the ceremonial tongue bathing of the next generation console.
Go.
Oh, you're gonna throw it back to me? Yeah.
I like it.
That's. You think they're going for a lot on eBay? Wait till you get this one out there.
That was a lot of fun, and I think I need a cigarette.
And look, I have no doubt in my mind that she was receiving some sexist and rude comments. But you know who also got those comments? Morgan Webb and Oliver Munn. They got a ton of guys calling them fake and really only
Olivia Munn? My god, Magic Mush, I'm beginning to think you're a fake fun. You said Oliver? Fucking what the fuck?
being eye candy for years. And it was probably hard on them, but they just had to grit their teeth and bear it because that was their audience. This reboot wasn't even a full year in, and Frost was already telling them off. All those years ago.
With the nose ring too, of course.
X-Play discarded their shy nerdy audience for the dude bros obsessed with guns and boobs and stuff, and they made this reboot to give those same guys a dopamine hint of nostalgia. They're not gonna take it. You cultivated that audience. You encouraged them.
What Adam is trying to say is that we have a PS2 title based on a series of Japanese action figures.
Action figures shaped like pretty women. Here's our preview of Side Girl. Oh, they're pretty.
And now it's blown up in their face. The last thing you ever want to do is insult your audience. And that is exactly what Frost had done. And the last thing to focus on is, who is she really talking to? I've seen clips in other videos.
I mean, I don't know if I should bring it, but is anyone into Achievement Hunter? There was like a moment where they brought all these new females on, and then on like their off-topic podcast, like Jeff and Michael are out here crying because these women admit that they get hate comments, and it must be because one of them is black and because they're women. But I'm thinking, but Lindsay Jones, who voices Ruby, who shows up in Achievement Hunter videos, doesn't get hate, and she's a woman. I'm sure she does, because she's done annoying things in Let's Plays, but it was like purposely so. But the point being, they made this whole show where the guys are like, I didn't know, and I'm thinking, but I'm a woman who watches Achievement Hunter, and I hate these new women. They're not that funny. So now my complaints are just thrown away because we're making a show. That's what, it reminds me of what this Frost chick is doing.
Where they show the Twitch chat this was live on, and they're all giving her a wave of support and claps. Was their audience really that bad? Well, it doesn't really matter, as this was a major blow to X-Play at this point in time, and not too long after this, it was announced that the entire G4 reboot would be shutting down. Everything was being removed, and everyone was being let go. It barely lasted a year. All that hype and build-up for nothing. And so, for the second time, X-Play and G4 were once again dead. And probably for good this time. I gotta say, watching A network die twice is something you don't see every day, but that's the reality of the situation. A lot of people blame Frost's Meltdown for single-handedly killing the channel a second time, but it's been a few years, the grifters have had their say, they made their money off the situation, and now it's time for my piece. No, Frost's Meltdown did not kill the network again. In reality, X-Play, and by proxy, G4 as a whole, has no place in the modern world. It served its purpose all the way back in the 2000s, but those times are over. After G4 died a second time, Frost and the rest of the crew moved on to greener pastures, I think. But first we must talk about our favorite Cessman one last time, as he still wasn't done yet. Whenever people mock the fact the reboot failed on social media, Adam Sessler would have a complete meltdown. Oh yeah, that's a major factor I forgot to mention. Adam Sessler was a very active Twitter member for many years, and whenever anyone would show distakes for an X-Play review, Sessler would sometimes respond and double down on it, usually insulting the person in question. Adam would absolutely...
Tonto, if that is the plan, this is like me being Rinto Saka and you're Archer here, and we're on the fucking roof. If that is your grail wish, if that's what you're doing with the fucking Powerball tickets, then I will buy in. I will buy in, and the winner has to make it so we can host G4. That is a solid plan. I'm in. Someone has to win the fucking Powerball or the Mega Millions. And if it's to buy G4, it's justifiable.
Lose his shit in 2023, claiming that gamers are losers and dead, they aren't worth his time, just absolutely going off on them. At some point, he would eventually delete his account and just, well, become a ghost. Apparently, he had started up an AI company that he would later sell to Reddit, because of course it was Reddit, and well now, he's probably set for life. This man had been there since the start. Over 20 years of dedication to this one show, he was there through every major restructure. He probably saw hundreds of people let go in his time. He was there for the death of G4, the death of Revision 3 games, and the second death of G4, and in the end, he made out like a bandit.
Wow, surprise. I didn't know Adam Sessler had the good story in the end. What in the fucking Mad Libs is that sentence? Dude, okay, if we will all throw in on lottery tickets, and so the deal is we all get a segment on G4, and that's our career. We can all afford that on the lottery winnings, right? You can do the speed running, and then you can do like lolcows at night, then gaming news during the day. That's our hard video game news hour.
X-Play was an extremely flawed show. It insulted people, insulted ethnicities, and fans of anything that was considered weird. It still lives on as a piece of their childhood, no matter what. It stands as a cornerstone of the time it was made in. The shifting tides of gaming.
I'm still kind of shocked that fucking Magic Mush is woke scolding this show over Japanese jokes, though.
And what the attitudes were. A cultural piece of history.
Do I think lizards really would make good secret agents? This is an important question, so I will answer this. No, but they make good Congress people, you see. That's the problem. They're the ones calling the shots, and they'll use humans as useful idiots. But, like, the real smart lizard people are at Alcatraz Island eating cigarettes. Sitting there getting fat.
That should still be remembered. I'm not here to say you should stop enjoying the show because of its problems, because this show was a part of my childhood as well. Because of it, I got to see games I would have never learned about on my own, even though they would insult them 5 minutes later. It was never meant to live past the 2000s, and it never should have. We didn't need to see it come back. It should have stayed where it was, in our thoughts and in our past. Nostalgia is a powerful drug. It really is. The show would have hated me for the type of nerd I grew up into. Adam Sessler would probably spit on me, but they can hate me as much as I want. Despite everything revolving around it, I can't bring myself to fully hate it. I can acknowledge its flaws and criticize it, but I can't hate it. X-Play, G4, Tech TV, ZDTV, they all played a part in many people's lives. And maybe they made you a better person, or maybe they made you a worse person. In the end, they made an impact. That is their legacy. God bless, like and subscribe, and good night. I give X-Play
Well, yeah, you can't beat a lizard, but yet you can take its fucking tail off. That's an advantage they also have. Like, because they attack with the tail, so then you shoot or like fucking try to sword the tail, but joke's on you. They're all fucking piccolos. They can grow another one later. Then by then they've eaten your whole fucking family. So really, you're fucked going against the lizard people.
Play 3 extremely outdated YouTube stars.
Yeah, like, so is he coming back at these reviews all judgmental from hindsight? Or did he not like it when it happened? Yeah, it doesn't sound like he was a fan of X-Play at all.
Out of 5.
Horrible, Edith. Just horrible.
What is it, Harry?
Oh, our healthcare costs have gone up. Kingdom Hearts 2 has screwed us again. High property taxes, overpriced prescription medications. Where was Kingdom Hearts 2 during Hurricane Katrina, eh? Oh, I wish there was something we could do about it.
Harry, there is.
Really?
For the cost of sending an email, we can vote for Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne.
But that's so much.
Oh, but it's worth it. Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne would never take advantage of our innate gullibility.
Ooh, that's good news.
That's pretty great.
Thank you, Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Now, get me my supper, woman. Don't make me use the belt.
How do you not love G4? Okay. Time for me to put dinner on the stove. It's 7 p.m. I wanted to watch Ewu. I might be back later. I don't know. I want to watch some Just a Robot, honestly, because at this point, I need to debate who's more autistic. Magic Mush or Just a Robot? My gosh. Well, what a fun stream that was. I turned from being depressed to wanting to debate why all human beings should just in Minecraft themselves. If they were truly good empaths, they would. But they didn't. So, we're all still stuck on this planet together. And, I want to do Fate tomorrow. I'm really enjoying Fate Stay Night. We fixed the stream quality, so that should be fixed. And that'll lead to Anime Saturday? Question mark? Yes, where we will watch Code Monkeys. And maybe Gone with the Wind. That's my favorite anime. And I don't know why it's not public domain yet, so we can't watch Gone with the Wind on stream, and I can explain why it's actually the most based movie ever made. I did cut ties with all the lies I was living in. I did walk back from the... Why? The lyrics of that song are good. Thank you. I'll be back. And I'm pursuing my career of being a tracing artist right now, but one day I'll improve. I'll draw this saber, and then I'll draw a better saber. Saber's turning out like it's a complete tracing, but ice cream yogurt. Like making your game about saving your BTD sister figure from her consequences of her actions. Hey, I'll make you some video game characters for it. I'll make all the jelly donut characters for your game. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Dude, that could be the next. You had a great video game idea there. Dude, Mike, you got this. It's you put like a fucking goth emo chick on the cover, and it's just called You Can Save Her. You Can Save Her. That'll be the game. Put a little T mark on her. Everybody hire me to make your video games. We'll all be rich, and we're gonna win the Powerball, and we're gonna bring back X-Play for real. But without Adam Sessler. And Magic Mush's video was kind of autistic. It was honestly kind of Just a Robot level of cringe, honestly, because he's not a true X-Play fan. He doesn't deserve it. Make sprite art of Dante? You know what? I will. Just not today. But I will. I can make Dante for you. I do that because I deliver products and NFTs to my fans to reward their loyalty. You know what other content creators do? They don't give you things, they take your money. I don't want your money. I would rather you spend your money on Pop-Tart so you can stay alive, to listen to me bitch about P4 and Tumblr and how it used to be. Alright, good night. Well, I'll be on Discord. I'll be hanging out. I need to go make a salad. Good old salad with Purdue chicken tenders, because while everyone else is getting shot by the police and crying about ICE, I don't like how Tyson brings immigrants here and then just throws them away for whatever political party and whatnot. So I'm done with Tyson chicken. And a lot of places use Tyson chicken. I am buying Indiana Purdue chicken. It's an independent company that doesn't play politics. So there. That's me contributing to the world, and it's really good chicken. I'm so excited to eat my salad. That was a commercial. I advertised to you, Tonto. You sucker. Goodbye. Buy Purdue chicken, bitch.